Oh my fucking God.
Oh my God, you're like trying so hard to do the right thing, and you're like, fuck.
Do you like your therapist? I would assume since it's 3 years.
She's fine. She's good.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And she knows a lot of shit about me.
Would you be open to finding a different therapist and continuing to date him?
Yes, I think I would pick him over the therapist.
Yeah, but she still knows everything about you, which is probably not good.
Like, my mom was a therapist, and the guy that I was dating was seeing my mom, and, she would steer him right to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would be malpractice.
I caved, and about an hour in, I found...
Wait, hold on. She said about an hour in. You were stalking his social media for an hour? It's one thing to like click on the Instagram and scroll through it, but an hour? What kind of sleuthing are you doing? You have too much time on your hands, I'm sorry. This is why we always stalk, because how else would she have found that out? I don't know, go on a few dates with him, and if it's going well, meet the parents at some point, then you're like, oh, fuck. Well, I guess actually it'd be better to find that out beforehand, because then you don't like get in. Actually, at the end of the day, the thing that should matter the most is their relationship. An hour of stalking, I'm sorry, so absurd. It would be so funny though, like, if she didn't stalk, found that out, and things were going really well, and then she'd be like, great therapy sessions, and be like, this dude is a freak. Let me tell you about all this sick shit we're doing in the bedroom. That was like, wow, he's really into pee, which is kind of weird for me, but he, like, he's pissing into his mouth and stuff. I'm sorry. I know I'm pee jokes lately, but for this joke, that's what fits the most. Yeah, he's just a progress to the point where you get to meet people. Oh, no, we don't know before. Hi, nice to meet you. Just letting you know that kissing her son's mouth. Good. Why did AI John Pork singing make my grandma cry?
Why are you crying? Why are you crying?
Damn, that could be one of the most boomer videos I've ever seen. Just ripping TikTok on an iPad with a magnifying glass and then crying at John Pork singing. Crying at AI John Pork. She's just getting absolutely one-shotted. Big ass captions. Highlighting words. She's just moved by it. And being liked and saved is killing me. She comes back to it, every day it's just to feel something. I secretly goon to mommy, so this will be a love. Sorry. So the dead internet theory is actually just this crime. This is really mean. She obviously has an emotional connection with the song. I mean, yeah, a lot of us have emotional connections with songs, but they feel a little different when there's AI singing it at you on the screen. It changes the feeling a little bit. Definitely distracts you from the emotional connection. She's crying at the pig. God damn it. Okay. Fucking John Pork. I want to know what did he do to make her snap like this? Oh my fucking god. He disrespected the wrong way. It's a spell jar. It's a sealed corpse, drenched in hex oil, vinegar, spit, and receipts. Wrapped in black and red thread like a body bag, topped in flame, sealed in wax, and crowned in chaos. Every ingredient was chosen to rot their charm, crumble their credibility, and sour every word they speak. Bound by me, burned by me, and every time I shake it, their reputation decays a little more. Rotten reputation. So mote it fucking be. So mote it fucking be. So mote it fucking be. I will give it to her. That does look like a cursed ass jar. I don't think I've ever seen a jar look this cursed. It looks like there's something going on with this. Like horrible jar aura, I will say. I would definitely be scared of this. Girl, he's my husband's supervisor and he's been rude as hell, constantly disrespecting me, talking down about our kids, making nasty comments about me, and even throwing shade about me being pregnant with my witching hour last night. In the middle of the full moon cycle with Lilith, the Morrigan, and Hecate standing beside me. That jar is sacred rage in a sealed vessel. I shook it for all of us. You know what? I'm not saying shit about this because I don't want a jar made for me. I do not want that in it, okay? I'm not saying shit about it. Curse husband's boss. All you need is 5'5" and she's 4'11". Okay, never mind. Reality is most girls, if not all, go for big guys or guys that are bigger than them. We are attracted to someone who we think can protect us. It comes to us naturally, so we don't care. Men go for beautiful girls. Women go for rich men. Men are providers, and men are lustful and they want someone beautiful on their side. That's a broad generalization. Not every girl is work out and go to the gym. Have sex. Plenty of girls would be happy. Oh, you would be shocked. All girls would take tall guys over shorter ones. From what we've seen on this channel, all fucking dating videos that we've watched, I would say that's probably true. I'm kidding. It's not 100% true. It does seem to be the one characteristic that the vast majority of girls look for, though. Not to say it's the, it's the be-all, end-all, but I'm just saying, if you're a tall guy, it definitely helps. I don't know why she's saying that shit to you. Why say this? It's just kind of mean. Like, if you don't want to date him because you think he's short, then just make up some excuse and be like, sorry, not into this. Don't say something on behalf of every girl on earth. Listen, this isn't working, but it's not because of my specific criteria. It's every girl on earth wouldn't date you. Not only kind of rubbing salt in the wound a little bit. The first step to recovery is admitting the problem. Thinking about how maybe I am the problem. I'm the person with a man ended up driving no one told me there was more than that. But I told him crying because I was stressed, and he said, no worries, I'll wait before I can meet you somewhere so you don't have to keep driving. We'll be growing up in 30 minutes and meet me at a halfway point between us. Then, once we got to meet, I had a terrible migraine. You couldn't have just said this on a video. You'd be like, text instead of just recording yourself saying this. You already had your phone out. Once you got to me, I had a terrible migraine. All my girl stress of going to the wrong locations and just asking, hey, is this the right one? Before I started driving, because I'm a boss girl and I don't need no man to tell me which way to go. He kept apologizing, and he said again, no worries. He stopped and got me medicine for my head, leaned my seat back and said, you can just relax while I drive until your head comes back. Drove me all night, took me back to my car, called to make sure I got home safe, and I still didn't like him because apparently nice men don't do it for me. I'm cooked. End of story. Bye. Yeah, no, I think it's pretty safe to say you're the problem there. Imagine thinking that this is something you need to share with the world. That's mostly where I'm at right now. You're sitting there at a pool. You're at a pool. Just enjoying the thing. Just enjoy the fucking sun. You gotta sit there and be like, what's something I could post right now? Something a little sassy, but relatable. A little rough around the edges. Like me. I need to influence right now. I need to be an influencer. People need to know I'm having this epiphany. I don't think so. Dude, I don't even know what to say. Wow, you didn't say good morning and you left me on red? Wow. You didn't say good morning and you left me on red? I knew something was wrong. Deja vu.
Asia, I go past the shops and people at the shops. King Kong services.
Oh my god. Whoa. Deja vu. When you were leaving me on red. You literally just left me on red. You didn't say good morning. No, nothing. That's insane. I knew something was up. That's absolutely crazy. And you read the message, but you didn't even say anything. That's crazy. Is she fucking with this guy? How many different ways can she find to say this? And on top of that, you left me on red. And you didn't even say good morning. I knew something was up. As soon as I realized that you didn't say nothing, but then I saw that you read the message and didn't say shit back to me, at that moment it clocked to me that you didn't say good morning. And on top of that, you didn't say good morning. I knew something was up. The message you had sent, I had said sorry, was delivered in red, but no reply. And on top of all that, you left me on red. And the message you had sent, you didn't say good morning. And on top of that, nice knowing you, that's rude as fuck. That's absolutely wild. I knew after the misunderstanding, I switched up on it. I didn't do anything wrong. I had to go to work. Okay, you left me on red. It takes 1 second to say good morning. You left me on red. You were in the conversation and you left me on red. And on top of that, I've said that so many times. Left me on red. Left me on red. Left me on red. Sounds like dancing instructions. Left me on red. So keep an eye out for the red. When you see red, make sure me go left. Green me on right. Other people had to go to work. They still said good morning to me. My dad had to go to work. He still said good morning to me. I think you're overreacting off a red message. This is a little bit much. What you did was 100% rude and didn't say good morning or anything. That's on you. All I did was say talk to you later then. I don't know why you're being rude back. Everything's fine. Yeah, if you're gonna be that obsessed about my whereabouts on like day 3, I don't think this is gonna work. Just because someone left you on red does not require lol. You shouldn't block me for something that was a misunderstanding. It's something I can fix. You're supposed to be there for the person and help them and teach them for next time and talk things out as adults. I apologize. I'm an adult. I don't block someone for a mistake that can be fixed. I apologize. Can you give me another chance to fix things? You left me on red. Do you not realize that? This is after 3 days of knowing someone. She's tried to text me on 3 different numbers so far and still going. I feel sorry for her. It sucks to suffer so much for so little. Life is gonna be hard for her. Yeah, she is in hell. It's really sad. Honestly, that's just really kind of dark and real and sad. If this person blows up this much at someone that she's known for 3 days not saying good morning, I mean, yeah, there's just gonna be way harder shit to deal with in the future, and I don't know if she can handle it. And that's sad. Ha ha ha, what a peach. Sheesh. Tell me if I did anything wrong, gang. Hi! King Kong, how are you? I'm good, how are you? I'm good, just finished up work, getting ready to eat. How was your day? It was good, lol. Sort of the same question at how I am, though. Crazy flirting. Kind of just asked the same question twice, but that's fine. True, lol. Let me try again. What did you get up to this weekend? I had a really rough, long week at work, so I was exhausted and kind of burned out, especially with me being generally busy lately, so I took the weekend to relax and do very little to recover. So if you don't mind me asking, why was it so rough? I hope relaxing over the weekend helped. Long story short, a deadline moved from October to last week, so it was a lot of long hours getting something done. Anyways, I feel like talking about our week or our day doesn't really do anything to get to know each other, so let's talk about something else, lol. Gotcha, sorry, I like to find out what people do in their spare time. What's your favorite type of meals? Favorite cuisines? Lol, but that's not what you asked. You asked how my day was and what I got up to this weekend, which is only one weekend of the year and not reflective of my life. If you want to know what I get up to in my free time, then ask that. I'm a very direct person, very straightforward, and I don't like when people say or ask things circuitous, roundabout, or ambiguous way is on the Yikes, good luck out there. Good luck out there. Perfect reply. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not really fucking with this, but please, best of luck with that, with this strategy, whatever the fuck you're going for here. I think the funniest part is the beginning. Cool, you kind of just asked that, but let me answer again, I guess. Man, I've forgotten memory. Hi. I gave you my number yesterday. You didn't even message me yet? I guess you're not serious about it. Just gave me your number last night at like 11. I was fast asleep by then. 11 and you were asleep. Okay, Boomer. I need someone who isn't late. Bye. I take personal offense to this one because sleeping is fine, and I go to bed at 9:30, and I'm not a boomer. I'm not. I am a millennial. 11 is late as fuck, alright? I am a millennial, and I am not lame. I am epic. I am epic bacon. Woman arrested after sending man 159,000 messages after first date. Yeah, throw her in the slimer. That's way too many messages. There's gotta be a law out there that forbodes that. Or maybe not, the cops were just like, we just gotta get you off the streets. You're a danger to people's battery. To people's phone battery.
To try to get me to come in by saying, King Kong sizes.
Whoa, deja vu. And on top of that, you can't be out here. There's way too many messages. Dude, you're plugging up the fucking airwaves. You know, you're jamming up the cell towers around here. It's actually like a security system. You thought we were like going through some sort of digital hack. Just you being a fucking freak. Stop sending that many goddamn messages. You know what? You're on jail. That's too many. You're capable of lending me $20. Money morning. Money morning. I'm good with paying back what I owe. You can hold me to it. That would be very helpful. You give Mr. Nice Chill Guy back. I've got you. You feel blessed. That's good. $20, that's good. That's good. I was talking to this girl 2 hours ago. Already $1,000. Yeah, this is a scam. That's what it is. Scam. Honestly, if you're gonna scam someone, like, come up with something better than give Mr. Nice Chill Guy vibes. That is just horrendously insulting. If anyone called me Mr. Nice Chill Guy, I'd be pissed off. What the fuck you just called me? It's Mr. Epic Bacon to you, actually? It's Mr. Chungist? Did you just call me Mr. Nice Chill Guy? It's actually Mr. Pupper. Good morning, how's your weekend going? Good, yours? So far so good. Did you do anything fun? Got much needed rest. You? Did you have a busy work week? Nothing too exciting here. Went out for some sushi last night, having a lazy Sunday today. Yeah, covered for boss last 2 weeks. I'm still exhausted, having a lazy Sunday too. Sounds like you've earned it. A little overcast today, but do you usually go to the beach? Are you a party girl or more of a homebody? Lol. I'm at the beach all day and all the clubs every night, all night. All the clubs every night, all night. Yeah, that's being honest. I'm gonna guess that's sarcasm. Yup. Oh. Sarcasm is always welcome. Epic sarcasm. That's always welcome here. So you're originally from Florida? No, but grew up here. Where are you from? Venus. Oh, nice. I'm from Mars. Lots of spaceship parking here. Oh my god, this is just cringe in general. For a really affordable price, they even offer monthly deals. Ever heard of chivalry? I'm not driving to blank for you. I was referring to my spaceship. Of course I believe in chivalry. I would 100% fly your way. Open doors, pay for dinner, all the stuff from your fantasy novels. Are you not encountering a lot of chivalrous guys these days? I don't read fantasy novels, and expecting a man to behave like a man certainly shouldn't be anything remotely considered fantasy. I have a PhD in statistics. I know my worth and what I'm looking for. I won't settle for anything remotely less than what I deserve. Have I done or said something to offend you? Maybe it's just the horrible flirting. I'm not saying she's, an angel by any means, but like, come on, this is pretty fucking bad. Think I finally found the one. We should probably get some curry sometime soon. Your profile is funny, but you just don't have the physical attributes I'm looking for. You look sort of sloppy and lazy. Oh god, brutal. Just brutal. That's just straight up brutal. Found on Bumble, lol. Dating apps are going great. Bio. Honestly, I hate everyone. Man in this generation is such a lame. Save us some time. If you're not a provider alpha man and know what you want, I don't need your BS. Get the fuck out of my way. I will be sweet when I feel safe and free to be in my truth self-goddess energy next to you. Namaste. Oh my god, to start your bio with honestly I hate everyone. It's fucking awesome. And then to end it with namaste, when you began it with honestly I hate everyone, two most polar opposite feelings to start and end your bio. Is fantastic. Nah, I'm gonna stay far away from this one. Yep, I wish I came up with that. God damn it. I think that's my sign to end this video. So, thanks for watching, guys. Click like on this video. I hate you all, and namaste. A tip of the you, my lady. Today we are back on the Nice Guys subreddit. The first one was a whole lot of fun, and we're doing it again. And I can't wait. You bitch! you suck! Unless you hit the like button right now. But if you don't, I fucking hate you! That's it? Damn, you didn't store me? We didn't meet yet. Lame. Oof. Yeah, man. Damn. I'm a number. Yeah, until we meet, if we hit it off, then I'll save you. Nah. I'm more than a number. Are you seriously upset? Lol. We met with names on a dating site. Please don't gaslight me. Oh, jeez. I'm not upset. I'm speaking to you about my value. You can't type a word in all caps right after saying I'm not upset. You can't do that. I'm not upset, okay? I'm just speaking at a normal volume. I am speaking to you about my value. Are you serious right now? See, this is the problem with women. A man can't even tell her how he feels without getting some shitty response like this. Okay. Now you can lose the number. She already did. She never had it. She never had it to lose. So now you can lose the number, and I'm glad you didn't save me because it's not worth my time. Take care. It's always funny when someone says take care and then you just see a wall of gray text underneath. I think take care is supposed to be the last thing that you say. You know, what is this, a fucking Minnesota goodbye? Is that what this is? Just bitter as fuck? You know what? I'm over this. Take care. And you know what fucking else? I was completely polite and you still are not understanding. I'm more than a number, okay? I don't care what your reasoning is. It bothers me that I'm a phone number after talking. Bottom line. If you can't handle it, try to be more than a cold-hearted animal about it and actually hear the meaning behind my value. I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't save numbers until I've met someone. I don't care. Okay, dude. Peace. Don't be sorry. Your ignorance was accident. Okay, ho. Peace. Damn, well, that escalated quickly. Go disrespect somebody else, and when they tell you that you're disrespected them, learn how to listen and be compassionate. Yeah, it did. Don't call me dude. This guy loves the principle. You would hear, if you dated this guy, you would hear the phrase "it's the principle" like 5,000 times a week. I'm more than just a phone number, all right? I'm a penis. I'm a ball sack. I have a face you can sit on. Saying I'm more than a number, somebody a number? Put in Tinder fuckboy or something. It can be insulting, I don't care. I'm more than a number, okay? Hi. Hey. Is this Samantha? Yes. You wanna go to a date with me? Lol. I know it's kind of random. Lol. Sorry, lol. I'm not a creep, I promise. Hello? Did I do something wrong? No, I'm sorry. I'm just not interested. Okay, can you tell me why? Maybe it's because of this shit. Maybe it's because you send 3 balls and then I'm not a creep. The same sentence as do you want to go on a date with me? You're gonna ask someone out on a date randomly over text, like just fucking own it, you know? It's like, this might be kind of out of the blue, but you want to go on a date? I've always thought you were cute or whatever. Do you want to go on a date with me? You lol. Oh, I'm just a fucking loser, lol. Oh my god. You probably think I'm such a fucking creep. Sorry, lol. I'm just not looking for anything right now, but I'm flattered. It doesn't have to be a huge thing. One day, I guarantee I can change your mind. Lol. I'm so random. It's nothing personal. Fine then, lol. Oh my god, yeah. Fine then, lol. That was a bitter one, you know? That's a fine. I'm laughing out loud right now, bitch. Then have fun dying alone. Look at fail, bitch. Glad I didn't. You obviously have some personal problems. Oh my god, the fucking middle finger emoji. Yeah, how do I have personal problems? Me. You don't have to say that. How's that? Me? You just tell me why? I'm not even mad. I just want to know. Wow. Damn, I got this sad together. I mean, everything was sad, but like, this is just like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not even mad. I'm sorry about what I said before. Can you just tell me why? I keep asking these ladies out randomly on text and no one's saying yes. And I'm at a dead end. This dude's cycle from like, come on, please, to like, fine, you fucking bitch. I never wanted to date you anyways. And then back to, I'm just kidding. Come on, please. Me, so random. Who would ever date me? Yeah, would it be, you fucking bitch? I didn't even want to date you anyways. I was just joking before. Oh, jeez. I am no longer a feminist ally. I do everything for feminists, and they appreciate nothing. I'm understanding. I'm accommodating, and I do not practice toxic masculinity. Yet when a feminist is single, I get turned down, and they go date a toxic male. So what is the fucking point of me being a feminist ally if they treat me like I don't matter? There is nothing in it for me. You are going to lose all your allies if you keep being hypocrites. What's the point of being a feminist if they won't fuck me? What's the point? I don't understand. Are we just doing this? Like, what's the point? I don't actually believe any of this shit, alright? I'm just trying to get fucked. But no one's fucking me, so what's the point? I've been a feminist ally for like a year and I've barely gotten sucked off. Like, when does the sex happen? When does that part start? I feel like this guy also gave up on females and when the cows are fucking. That's kind of funny. Doing you a favor by, like, you know, not eating you or whatever. So, like, you know, but I wouldn't expect you not to eat me. You know what I'm saying? So, good afternoon, Annabelle Lynn. I'm Chadsworth. I was the LVN of your screening and had the pleasure of asking you some fun and awkward questions. Fingers crossed you remember me. Alrighty, crossing my fingers that you remember me. I understand this is unconventional, and please understand I normally would not do this, but I really felt a connection chatting with you today. I loved the quite frankly, it was intoxicating. Just your pheromones. I was just getting hammered on your pheromones. I love getting fucked up on your pheromones. So you can imagine my delight when your chart said you were single. Right then, I knew I was shooting a shot. If you're half as cool as I think, we're gonna vibe really well. Physically and otherwise. God damn, dude. If you're half as cool as I think, we're gonna vibe really well. If you're half as cool as I think you are, you'll be able to keep up with me in the vibe department. I'm a pretty patient guy, but the one thing that I don't tolerate is being ignored. Okay, so this is 45 minutes. This is 45 minutes long. I'm a pretty patient guy, but the one thing I don't tolerate is being ignored. I'm sticking my neck out pretty far for you. So I would appreciate some sort of prompt response one way or the other. Yeah, I'm sure you'd be totally fine getting rejected. Sigh. Trying to do something romantic and this is the result. It's a real shame too. I would have treated you like a princess. I thought you'd be different, but it seems like common courtesy is asking too much of you. It's not romantic, you creepy fucking degenerate. I hope you enjoy the unemployment line because I am 100% sending these to your supervisors and superiors. Don't ever contact me again. Pro tip, maybe don't threaten someone's livelihood when they have access to your information. Just saying, they might fuck around and lash out. Oh, what? Jesus fucking Christ. What does that mean, fuck around and lash out? This is this shit right here, this thread. I have your private medical information in front of me and I might lash out with it. What the fuck does that mean? What are you gonna do? Post your fucking results on or whatever this is online or something? That's illegal. So this shit is absurd. The fact that the time between when he first sent the message and her replying was like an hour and a half. And he sent 2 messages that were like, would really like to hear back from you. Like, are people texting that people fucking sometimes it takes days for people to respond. Nowadays, people get so many fucking messages, someone responds to me in 2 days. I'm like, yeah, I didn't bed or something. Right? How are you gonna be after 45 minutes? I'd really appreciate a response to this unprompted message. Okay, it's been another 20. Didn't realize you were a fucking bitch. No, really, the silence speaks volume about your character and who you are, okay? I might expose all your medical info online because you didn't provide it for 45 minutes. Let me treat it like that. Also insane, you got her number from the private medical file. Like, this is just so against every single rule in the book in terms of, like, the medical process. It's insane. And if he did get fired, like, I bet you he'd be like, yeah, I fired me, like, treat this girl like a princess. So I got fired for it. Now apparently that's illegal. Wanting to treat a girl like a princess? I guess so. Hey, are you feeling better? Definitely. Thanks for checking in. I should be free to meet up sometime this week. That's good. Okay. Just let me know when you're free. Hey, are you free tomorrow morning for a coffee? Hey, yep, I am. What about 11:30 at 8? Sure, sounds good. Cool. Okay, so this is like pretty fucking normal so far, so I'm curious to see which side of this conversation, goes awry. Hey, Steven, with a B. Hey, Steven, it was really nice meeting you today. Thanks so much for the hot chocolate this morning. I'm not really looking for anything right now. Sorry if that's disappointing to hear. I know you're not looking for friendship either, so I don't think this is going to work out. That's fair enough. We know where this is. Fair enough. I liked your innocent ways. You seem like you'd be fun to play with in a certain dynamic. It's your loss, ultimately. You might think I deserve better than you or something, but that's not the case. I do like your ways, I just wish you'd do more of that. I guess we're not looking for the same thing. I told you what I want to do. I assumed that's what you wanted too. I like it rough, and I like to be the daddy. I like to be the daddy is a insane fucking phrase. I like to be the daddy? Maybe I didn't make that clear enough. But anyway, if that's not what you want, then good day to you. I love it. Good day to you. And then we'll all text afterwards. Just think before you say bye. Just think about it for 2 seconds. Do I have some more shit to say? Okay, then I shouldn't say bye. Unless, of course, you want to do it. Maybe you want to see my own. Personally, as I said, I'm not looking for anything serious, but I want to have some fun with you. And you don't actually have to have sex. You can just give me head. Anyway, only joking. Only joking. Anyways, it's a joke. You haven't replied yet. Joke about that. As you said, you hate people, so there's no point pursuing any kind of relationship with you. I'm sorry to hear that. These guys always claim they're kidding about asking for sex and immediately going less. I just said that. My favorite part about this is I like to be the daddy. I like to be the daddy. That would sound like something before. I like to be the daddy. You would call me the daddy. The daddy is so funny. You're calling him daddy during sex? No. It's the daddy to you. The daddy? You sure you want me to say the daddy? It doesn't really roll off the tongue. Hey, who's that girl in that one place? The blonde one. I can see how she's not smiling in that picture, and I'm kind of worried. Perchance you're not mistreating her, are you? If y'all are together, I'm sorry to say this, man to man, she does not want you. Just trying to save you from I mean this as like girls do not want someone like you. Dude, I ain't who is this? It's Tavistock. I think I was administrated with your lady friend. I was just seeing some of my followers, and thus I stumbled upon your page and saw her. Crazy. I was just seeing some of my followers, and thus I stumbled upon your page. page of which I saw her. Beautiful prose, my guy. I just happenstanced to be perusing some of my followers, if you will, and will thy not be. And I'm just trying to make sure everything's okay. This dude fucking just white knighting out of nowhere. Like, where the fuck did you come from? Just sitting there, like, fucking in bed, like, chilling. Where you just out of nowhere. Yo, good? Treating her good? Or where's you fucking, who are you? Nah, for real, bro. It's the same shit. I don't it's like going through my followers. It's like, we are in a relationship. Everything's okay. Goodbye. I know you know what I'm trying to say. Married to you and anything I guarantee I am better. So I will help you out. Either leave her or I make it mine and then make you depressed. What? In other words, she'll always find someone like you. That said, someone like me is a wolf among sheep. I'm always mine. And besides, I've probably known her older than you, so we already have a connection. And to be honest, I can tell in the pics she's unhappy, lol. I promise I'll send you videos of us banging so you can jerk off to it too, lol. Get mental help. Bro, I would call the cops on this dude. This is fucking crazy. Randomly? Oh, dude, this is out of the blue, but like, I don't think your girlfriend looks just cruising your page and like, I can just tell your girlfriend would fuck with me more than you. So you should break up with her. This is a warning. That's just absolutely fucking insane. Oh, hey. Yeah, I don't go on here much. Things are going, I suppose. Why just going? Well, we lost a mother yesterday, so yeah. My God, well, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much. Very appreciated. Can you add me on Insta? I sent you a few follow requests. A few? Oh my God. Oh, that was you? I didn't know from the picture of a car profile picture. Classic. Yup, I was wondering why you never accepted it. It was weird, you know? Why was it weird? You really can't expect someone to know who you are when you have no picture of yourself. True. So that's it? Just a thumbs up? Well, I'm in the middle of a family group chat, funeral arrangements. Yeah, but yeah, it takes a few sex ads. Like, I know you're at a funeral, like, I don't want to interrupt the funeral of your mother, you said. Just like it takes like 5 seconds. And you just sent a message, it probably took longer than it would take you to add me on Insta. So I would never want to like fuck up the vibes of the funeral by any means. Like, please do what you have to do. Just like it takes like 5 seconds. Just fucking add me. I'm aware. Yeah, so just go and add me then. No offense, but you're being really pushy. I'd rather not. Pushy? I was just pointing out how simple it is, to be honest. Understood. You keep leaving me hanging here. Are you going to add me or not? I see you never change. Elaborate, please. Being difficult, some things never change, I guess. Listen, I'm grieving my mother. This is not the time for that. I know, that's why I asked you to add me in case you need to talk. I just want to be a shoulder and crying. My patience is running thin with this. Be well. Okay, I just don't get the hostility. I'm just trying to help. It's just like you can like breathe on me. You know, you breathe my life. I can totally like, I would love to be like a penis to cry on her. I mean, a shoulder to cry on. What did I say? Penis to cry on? I mean, I could be, but I'm not gonna. I didn't say that. But I could be. I would love to help you breathe. Sound familiar? That's right. You girls and women ruined it for yourselves because now the real and good men don't want relationships. So well done, you. Okay, so it's in response to this. This is from Cowboy. Here's what I'm thinking. What are you thinking? You meet a real date. Not like how kids do it these days, like a real date. I'll pick you up, say 5:30, flowers, a pretty car, and a pretty girl. First, we have dinner. Your favorite place, obviously. Talk for like an hour over dinner. Then we watch a 7 o'clock movie, the best one out, like Spider-Man. Awesome. Then we go get ice cream. I'll get strawberry, and you get your favorite flavor. Favorite flavor of ice cream for a dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it is though. And we can sit there and low-key fall in love with each other. Like, I'm saying, if it is, that's fine. But like, you it's in attached to a girl that you don't know. You know, we can sit there and low-key fall in love with each other while we go by and talk about life. Then have you home by your 9 o'clock curfew. A hug and a kiss goodnight. No perfume. Even if I was up for that, his time management skills are all over the place. If I'm starting at 7 p.m. to roughly 2 hours on time, I'm gonna miss my 9 p.m. curfew. And as this is apparently the 1950s, my dad is going to beat the fuck out of me. I'm from high school. Jesus Christ. I like that this guy that posted this is like taking the perspective of like this is a good message, because he's like, fuck off. Even if I sent this amazing message to somebody, they would still treat me like shit. It's like, this is not a good message. This shit sucks ass. An hour long dinner and a fucking like 3-hour movie? That shit would suck. A dinner should be like a first date dinner should be probably longer than an hour. No, an hour? It's like a short. It's short. I mean, I like short dinners personally, but like a first date, you gotta think if it's going well, you want to sit there and talk for a little bit, and it's all fucked up. And then you go get strawberry ice cream. What the fuck? Like I said, even if your favorite flavor of ice cream is strawberry, in a text, in a first text to a girl like that where you're asking her out, you gotta be the smartest flavor. I'll get the beef flavor. You get whatever flavor you want. I'll get the awesome blood. What the? You go ahead and get whatever. Hey, it's pretty cute. Thanks, you're pretty handsome yourself. What do you do for a living? Teacher, you go from your picture wearing scrubs. Are you a doctor? Yeah. So you're cute, bro. No wonder you swiped up. You may say, oh, what? Teacher sees a doctor? Really setting up okay, I don't know what you're on. I don't know if that's even narcissist. He was the one that brought up the money. She never brought up the money. She was just like,
Finally, I've been waiting for this. Here's what time right now. This thing is making me How to help Robin? I really need to help this little fuck. Sorry. Oh shit. Robin needs some milk. Milk. I got only. That milk.
well, probably good afternoon, depending on when you're watching this. I am going to be recording a video on how to make Robin feel better in YouTuber's Life 2. I have successfully married him in my playthrough, so I can assure you that I know what to do. I couldn't get past that at first, and I had looked through so many different videos and different websites and other.
You have scrubs, so I'm assuming you're a doctor, right? You just assume I'm a doctor from the scrubs? You gold digging bitch. It's all you see is dollar signs, isn't it? It's all you see. He had it too. He had it. Look at this. You're pretty handsome. You're pretty cute. That was a date right there. So many guys like this could have it in the bag if they didn't just shoot themselves in the foot like this. It is very bizarre to be like, cool, this is going well. Time to royally fuck it up. I was just in the car and girls rolled down their window and told me I was hot. Like, girls are so crazy, they must be drunk. Really? They just said, wow, you're so hot. Like, thanks, but maybe tell me I'm not in the car. That's crazy. Girls just fall in love with me really quick. It's because most attractive guys are fuckboys, but I'm a good guy. Saying you're a good guy is a red flag, not gonna lie. I am. Like, we don't even have to have sex when we go out. Dates don't equal sex anyways. Right, like, we can just get to know each other. Like, I want a deep spiritual connection. We can go for a nice walk. That would be nice. But honestly, I'm a good guy. I might ask you for head. You're just too hot. I might ask you for head is so funny. What the fuck? Just warning, I do tend to do this. Just like, I don't want to catch you off guard, all right? Like, sometimes I'll just be asking for head. Just randomly. I don't know. It's like something, I don't know, just like a quirk that I got. We don't have to have sex. I won't take it that far, but like, I might ask for head. I'm not asking now. I'm just saying I might in the future ask for head. I'm more interested in a relationship. Yeah, but if sex is good, we will want more and we will have a relationship. I prefer a relationship than sex. Can I be honest? I'm just so scared that I'm gonna fall in love too quick. For myself, I have to take the relationship slow. I'm not gay. I love women. I didn't think you were gay. Just think you want to have sex just think you want to have sex and not a relationship. It's so funny how girls think they are in control, when if the guy wants to be with them, then they are together. I think it's both people, to be honest. Yeah, but most girls are dumb. When are you free? Not sure. You're so tiny, I could throw you through a wall. Sorry, I'm a good guy, just horny sometimes. I see that. Wait, this is not horny at all. Throw you through a wall? What is that, from like a Marvel movie or something? How is that horny? Horny is like I could throw you against the wall. Throw you through a wall is like you're trying to kill her. I just want you to take care of me. Just be there for me emotionally. That is part of a relationship. And suck me off once a day and I'll love you. This is going on Reddit. See, that part makes me think this is fake. Because I don't think anyone could actually be this bad at talking to a girl, to be honest, right? Like, what is this? Out of left field. I'm not gay, by the way. By the way, I might ask you for head. And also, by the way, I'm not gay. Just if you were wondering, I love women. Hey, will there be general parking or will we have to pay to park? Hey, so there's just the parking garage area. You do have to pay, but I am unsure of how much it costs. Oh, no problem, love. I can pay for mine and yours if you like. Okay, first red flag, love. Crazy. Oh, thanks, but I got it covered. Don't worry. Why not let me pay? I'm feeling super generous, especially if it's for a woman as gorgeous as you. I appreciate the offer, but I would just rather pay for myself. No need to be stuck up about it. I'm paying for Amy's ticket too. Just let me do this for you. I want to show you a good time. I'm okay, thank you though. See, women like you are the problem. I'm a nice guy. Amy told me you were nice, but clearly she can't see what a stuck-up bitch you are. Here I was going to pay for your parking and even offer to buy your meal once we finish the tour. What an ungrateful bitch. You aren't even pretty, a 2 out of 10 at best. Wow, way to go off the deep end there, buddy. Gonna go ahead and reschedule this outing with Amy. We'll be sending her screenshots too. Have a good one. No, wait, please! We got off on the wrong foot. I didn't mean to offend you. I just want a chance to let me make it up to you over dinner. How could you be that insulted that someone doesn't want you to pay for their parking? I'd love to pay for your parking. It's okay. I'll just pay for it myself. No, cool. Just didn't realize I was dealing with the biggest bitch in the world. That's all. That's all. You can't just let me pay for your parking. I mean, it's insane. What are you, Satan? Oh, I didn't realize I was dealing with the fucking problem with women these days. I didn't realize I was dealing with the ugliest girl in the world also, by the way. Which I forgot to mention that before, but like, you're not pretty at all, so I don't even know I was offering to pay for your parking. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was dealing with, can I get some head right now? Can I? 7 ways to lose a girl. Number 1, care about her. Number 2, reply fast. Number 3, be too nice. Number 4, text first. Number 5, love her. Number 6, give her attention 24/7. Number 7, do everything for her. Number 8, ask her for head constantly. The only reason I ask for head so much is because I care about you and I love you. Hi, sorry, I've been really busy. I don't think I can keep up with texting or hanging out, so I'm really sorry. I did have fun the last time we hang, but I don't think I can offer you time. You're a good person though. Lol, responds right away, ... Shows how busy you are. I'm more busy than you. Don't use that as an excuse. That's so lame. Like, come on. Look how fast you just responded when I asked if you're good. You were messaging me while out of town. Now all of a sudden you're too busy, lol. Why are you lying? I have no idea. Shows what kind of person you are. That's one thing people fucking love, dude. If you're talking to someone and they go, I've just been so fucking busy recently, the best response to that is, oh, word? I've been busier. Yeah, no, I got more stuff going on. So I heard what you just said. And that's cool and all. I get what it feels like to be you, but you have no idea what it feels like to be me. Because, like, imagine what you have going on plus a bunch of other shit. Because, like, that's basically what it would be for me. Anyways, guys, that's it for this video. I gotta go because I got a bunch of people hitting me up and just a lot of stuff going on. So busy. Busier than you. Anyways, thanks for watching, and make sure you hit the like button with all your extra time. I don't have any of that, so I can't be doing it. All the best. Goodbye. I don't know what I took, but I took too many.
You aren't ready for this one. This might be the weirdest story I've ever covered. And it all starts with this guy, Neil. And Neil is 43 when the story starts, living in England, and Neil is a vascular surgeon. But Neil is also a really weird guy. He's very into amputation, but not just because of his own job. He has always wanted to amputate his own body parts because allegedly he secretly finds the idea of amputation hot? Yeah, this is very bizarre. Anyway, one day in 2019, Neil comes up with a plan to have his lower legs amputated, and along with that, scam the insurance company out of a bunch of money. And so Neil gets to work on this plan. First, he either has some sort of insurance policy or he gets one in the private sector. Either way, he makes sure he's insured. Then he gets a bunch of dry ice and he soaks his lower legs in it, like just the part below his knees, so that part of his legs freezes. And he has to soak them for like hours, and the dry ice hurts. Like, this is not a fun time that he has to do this, but it works. He successfully does a lot of damage to his legs. Then, I assume he calls an ambulance for himself and is like, my legs are messed up, come get me. And so, I guess an ambulance rushes him to the hospital, and when the doctors ask what happened, he comes up with this whole story about how he was on a camping trip with his family, and he hurt his leg, and then when he got home, he developed sepsis or something. And the doctors examine his legs, and they're like, yep, you got a sepsis infection, and they conclude that there's nothing they can do for him, and that they have to remove his legs. And I guess secretly, Neil is like, sweet, because, this is all part of his plan, because I guess he thinks amputation is super hot, like it gets him going. And of course the doctors, they don't know this, they think he has sepsis. And so Neil, he goes into surgery, and the surgeons remove his legs right below the knee. 7 weeks later, after recovering in the hospital, they send him home. So he goes home and he starts, of all things, a YouTube channel, and there he starts vlogging a little about his amputation journey.
So I'm now a bilateral below knee amputee.
And so now he doesn't have legs, and I assume he's happy because he low-key thinks amputation is hot. And he's getting all sorts of sympathy from the people around him because his accident was so tragic and unexpected. Meanwhile, he goes and he quietly cashes in his insurance claim, and he's awarded more than 466,000 pounds, or around 630,000 US dollars. And from there, Neil has to recover for a few months, and he gets prosthetic legs, and he learns to start walking on those, and he vlogs the process a little bit. And about 6 months later, he goes back to work at the hospital as a vascular surgeon. Here's a picture of him. You can see he's got the prosthetic legs on. Now, throughout his recovery, he's been getting all sorts of media attention. And this dude, he's playing it up.
Probably been the toughest year of my life, that goes without saying.
It's been a very strange year.
Even the BBC does a little special segment on him, and they interview him. And he's like telling the media and people how, this has changed his outlook on life now. And, he had taken things for granted like walking the dog or playing football with his kid, but he'll never be able to do that again. Bitch, it's your fault. Anyway, in 2020, he ends up winning some kind of award for bravery in his fight to return back to a normal life, I guess. Meanwhile, he's also working on the side as a lecturer at a local university. And in 2021, he applies for the European Space Agency's Para-Astronaut Feasibility Project, where they're seeing if people with a physical disability could go into space. And so he applies for a spot, and his story is so inspiring that he ends up on the shortlist for the program. Like, the way he is getting away with all this is insane. Now, remember how I said you aren't ready for this one? Well, here's where it all gets really weird. At some point, Neil connects with this guy, who we'll just call Creepy. Here's a real-life picture of Creepy if you want to see it. Now, Creepy, he runs a website, and I just recently learned that this is a real thing. It's some kind of website where people will pay him to amputate their body parts, with consent, but it's like a sexual thing for them. So Creepy will then film these amputations, and he will put those videos on his website, and people can then purchase them and watch the videos. Or he will perform the whole procedure for people to watch on live stream. I guess there's a whole subsection of people out there who are not only into that, who are willing to pay money for it. Now, at some point, Neil stumbles upon Creepy's website, and he's like, oh snap, this site is fine! Because, amputations are his thing. And so he signs up for it, and, he loves it. Like, he has found his people. Now, coincidentally, one of the services Creepy advertises is having limbs frozen off. I guess he does that for his clients. Like, if you want your limbs frozen off, he's the guy you go to. So at some point, Neil visits the site so much that he gets in touch with Creepy. Because, they share a mutual interest. And they become friendly, and they start chatting and messaging back and forth. And in their conversations, Neil opens up to him like, guess what I did? And he starts telling him about how he concocted this whole scheme to freeze off his own legs and how he tricked everyone. And he basically confesses his crime to him. And of course, Creepy's like, jolly good show or whatever. But it doesn't matter that he confessed because Creepy, he's never gonna leak that information to the police or to the public. Until 2020. One of Creepy's clients comes to Creepy one day and he has like a bunch of gruesome back alley operations and amputations done to him. Things I won't go into too much detail about on this app, but just so you know, he basically had him cut his junk off. Yeah, I know. But afterwards, this junkless guy, he starts claiming that it wasn't consensual. That the whole time, Creepy had been manipulating him into participating in these back alley amputations. So he goes to the police and he gives them all kinds of details and information on Creepy and the weird operation he's running. And it turns out that what Creepy's doing is illegal. And so the guy gives police images and videos and screenshots and messages and all kinds of evidence. And so police, they start investigating Creepy. And they track him down and bam, Creepy is arrested. Here's his mugshot. Now, in the course of their investigation, police shut his website down and they start going through all the information they find in order to identify other victims or perpetrators, and that is when they run across Neil's messages. And so they start looking into him. And they find out that he had bought 3 of Creepy's weird amputation videos from the website, showing some pretty gruesome stuff, and that they had exchanged about 1,500 messages about his own amputations, which, in the end, ends up being evidence against him. So, in 2023, bam, Neil gets arrested. Here's his mugshot. And eventually, he pleads guilty, and he gets sentenced to 32 months in prison. While Creepy also pleads guilty, and he's sentenced to a minimum of 22 years in prison. Oh, and there's one more thing that makes all this even that much more awful. Neil was a surgeon, so he had a bunch of former patients who are now seeking legal advice because they're thinking that maybe Neil had recommended that they get something amputated when they didn't really need it, just because he finds the whole procedure hot. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my, imagine that. Imagine if that had happened to you. And a huge shout out to Leonardo.ai for sponsoring this video. If you want to make really cool art for your videos or just for your life, like this or like this, then sign up for Leonardo.ai.
Wait. It's cafe.
Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some psycho sister-in-laws that ruin the wedding day.
Story time, we excited.
All of these are from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. Sister-in-law smashes wedding cake and gets disowned at brother's wedding. Hey, I didn't even know what tag to use as this story is messy. In every sense of the word, I assume. I'm using fake names, although the groom and bride allowed me to share the story. This is my sister's story, yet I'm involved as well. I, 18 female, have a sister, Anna, 24 female. We grew up as close as possible and we always did everything together. When Anna met Alex, her now husband, he worked at my parents' restaurant part-time to get his life started. Alex and Anna fell in love immediately and our families got along well. Despite the age gap, Alex and Anna share life views, so it all worked out. Yet the only person that didn't like Anna, nor my family, was Sophia, 21 female, Alex's sister. Sophia made a big deal out of everything, yet she always acted like my sister's best friend. Her facade crumbled down at their wedding. Alex and Anna started dating 3 years ago and got engaged 2 years ago. The wedding took place this year in March. Sophia went dress shopping with Anna, yet didn't participate in the wedding planning. It's not the culture where I'm from. Yet she had every type of request in the book. Vegan menu, no flashing lights, saying it would give her a seizure because of her epilepsy, which her mom denied her having.
You liar!
No smoke machine, as she would choke. No roses in arrangements or bouquets, as she was deadly allergic. As my sister planned the wedding, Sophia kept shooting her snarky remarks and was always rude, calling her every name in the book. And when my sister announced her pregnancy 2 months before the wedding, and the fact she'd named her kid after her best friend, whom I knew was an amazing woman, that sadly passed away in a crash, Sophia called her idiotic and unable to get over it. As to her, said best friend's name was ugly.
What is wrong with you?
Oh, she sounds fun. Alex agreed with the name as he liked it himself. Her reaction and hurtful words pissed me off, and no one was allowed to treat my sister with so much disrespect. So without consulting Anna, I changed the tulips from bouquets and arrangements to roses. Just to see if she'd fake it, as her mom always had roses in the house, and she seemed completely unbothered by them. Oh, that's the ticket. I mean, okay, like, I'm not sure if I would do this. Like, it's interesting to see, just to see, but I wouldn't outright do it at the wedding. You know what I mean? Because I feel like, what if she was actually allergic to roses? You could like get her a bouquet or something and be like,
Oh my god, sorry, I totally forgot.
but even that, like, I don't know. I had EpiPens on me at the wedding just in case I was wrong. At the wedding, Sophia showed up in a baby blue dress, or so she said. To everyone, it was white. The whole wedding, she complained and seemingly didn't even notice the roses until Maya and Anna's aunt mentioned it. Sophia started panting and crying out, causing a big scene and grabbing at her neck, seemingly out of thin air. Why, hello there. It is time to give a quick shout out to the sponsor of this video, Bombas. You see that? You like that? That's a nice sock. That's a good looking sock right there. Y'all, when I tell you, these are the best socks I have ever worn. Mike actually introduced me to Bombas socks, and I used to like steal his. Don't worry, they were clean most of the time. So when they wanted to sponsor a video, I was like, dude, I already wear these socks every day, and I know they're good. And here's why. They are super good quality. They focus on premium materials like merino wool and extra long staple cotton. I'm active. I walk a lot. I work out multiple times a week. And since wearing these socks, no little piggies have come out to play. Bombas is also a great company. For example, did you know that the item that homeless shelters need the most is actually socks? Socks are an item of clothing that you can't really donate if they're used. I mean, you could, but it's best to not. Bombas have a one purchased, one donated policy, and they've donated like 150 million items to date. You're gonna feel good, and you're gonna do good, and you're gonna save some money. If you use my code at checkout, you're gonna get 20% off your first order. Just go to bombas.com/CharlotteDobre and use code CharlotteDobre, all caps, to get 20% off your first order. I'm gonna give you one more look. Oh yeah. Starting to throw herself on the table where the champagne and cake were, knocking both down. Everyone was looking. There's a term for this, right? Like, I've actually been watching like a lot of documentaries of people who claim to, like, really famous people who claim to like either have cancer or like some sort of like fake disease, and they use it as like their personality, and then they get exposed. There's a term for it. Is it Munchausen syndrome? Munchausen syndrome, now formerly known as factitious disorder imposed on self, is a mental health condition where individuals intentionally fake or induce physical or psychological symptoms to appear ill, often seeking attention or sympathy. This is actually like so much more common than you would think. It's not as simple as, you know, pretending to be sick because you don't want to go out. Sorry, I can't go to work today. It's a lot deeper than that. I think it stems from, like, you know, maybe at some point early in childhood, they, you know, were sick and they got the attention that they sought. You know, everybody kind of coddled them and, like, you know, came to their every whim, walked on eggshells around them, and they started to learn.
I'm learning
if they were just poor, sick old me, they didn't have to behave like a normal human being. Everyone would always tiptoe around them, treat them with all of the respect and attention that they've always wanted. I find that people who can't get attention any other way often are like this. They use it as a way to like be center stage. And believe me, I know someone like this. So the cake got destroyed, Anna started crying, and Alex comforted her, while Alex's parents, Maria and Vladimir, started berating their daughter for making a fool of herself and their family. Vladimir said she's disowned and he hoped to never see her again.
You're done. You're done.
And everyone left her on the floor crying and continued celebrating my sister's beautiful marriage. I played petty and picked a rose from one of the arrangements and threw it on her. Whoa, okay, bestie. Before calling security and going to enjoy myself. Post-wedding, Sophia posted about us on social media, complaining how we intentionally triggered her and got her disowned, and is currently dragging my sister through the mud. We're trying to take legal action, but we'll see what we can do. I'll update if necessary. Yikes, that girl is so overly dramatic. I'm convinced she made sure to crash into the table with the wedding cake just so she could ruin the wedding. And maybe the whole ploy about the roses was, you know, like everybody gets roses for weddings. Like, I'm sorry, but roses are a thing at weddings. Just finding little ways to kind of sabotage, right? And then she realized that you probably intentionally did that and acted like a psychopath. I'm glad your in-laws didn't enable her behavior and in fact disowned her in front of everyone at the event. How are you not embarrassed? Yeah, some people are saying that this might have been fake because, you know, like as I said, what if she was actually allergic to roses? I understand the pettiness behind it, but like, don't use this as like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do this to someone who says that they're allergic to something. Let's just get that out of the way. Should have used the EpiPen, better safe than sorry. Okay, settle down. My sister-in-law's wedding karma. Hey everyone, I've never posted on here before, welcome. But after watching so many of Charlotte's videos on YouTube, I thought,
why not share my own story?
Why not indeed? Little background, setting the scene. My husband and I have a blended family.
Don't breathe this.
I have 3 children and my husband has 2. His youngest has special needs. This is important to the story.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
My husband and I did not invite his youngest sister to our wedding. Why? Because she is drama. My husband wanted his brother to be his best man, and because of false accusations dear dramatic sister-in-law made that ruined my brother-in-law's life before she publicly declared she did it for attention and nothing happened. I beg your finest pardon? My husband decided he wouldn't put his brother through the stress of being near her. Fast forward a few years, we as a family get an invitation to sister-in-law's wedding. It was a beautiful outdoor Great Gatsby Roaring 20s themed affair. My family sits down at the table and waits for the ceremony to start. After about 5 minutes, my mother-in-law comes up and tells my husband that sister-in-law wants her immediate family to sit at the very front. She looked at me and asked if I minded. Not at all. Ooh, rude. I'm sorry, immediate family does get to sit at the front, but I think it goes without saying that their partners also sit. And she...
Criminal offensive side eye.
As my children and I are sitting away from my husband, I see my beautiful stepdaughter, the one with special needs, and her mom and stepdad. Guess where all of them were directed to sit? Yup, at the very front with the immediate family. Right. Yeah, that was a dig. That was a dig. My husband was angry. He came to sit back with me. I told him calmly it was his sister's day. She wanted him at the front. He needed to respect that. I didn't realize the groom overheard. He tried to get another chair for me, but I told him no. I wasn't trying to create any problems, and I looked back at my husband and said, "We are leaving as soon as the ceremony is done." Mind you, this is all in front of the guests, including the groom's family, friends, and her friends and extended family.
That sounds messy. Okay.
Not a good look. The ceremony was beautiful. My sister-in-law looked ethereal. It was perfect for her. My goodness, you seem like a very well-grounded, really understanding person. I think that you are handling this beautifully, and the way that you talk about her is like, it just goes to show that you're not being petty in this at all. That's all it is. It's just family, ain't that deep. After the ceremony, as we were leaving, my other sister-in-law asked what was going on, and my husband told her. She was appalled. We noticed some other people leaving but thought nothing of it until afterwards. The bride called my husband the next day crying because apparently almost everyone left after the ceremony. She wanted to dance with her big brother because she couldn't have a father-daughter dance, but he left without saying goodbye. I mean, I think that that's kind of her fault. Both sides' family left soon after too, and she had no clue why. I think like intentionally excluding people and making like a big scene about it is kind of silly. She wasn't even able to get family pictures. That's when my husband blew up at her and said, "Yeah, you didn't get family pictures with me because you disrespected half of my family." Period. I love this for you. After explaining to her what happened before she came down the aisle and how he wanted to leave, but I was the one that told him to sit at the front because it was her day and that's what she wanted, and how everyone there saw how she treated people and thought it was less than her, when in reality I showed more grace and dignity than she would ever possess, and they knew it. She then cried, and she only did it because I didn't invite her to our wedding. Yeah, but listen, that's not your... Okay, hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
That was also not just your decision. That was also your husband's decision. He actually had to tell her that it wasn't me that didn't invite her, but him. She was his sister. It was his responsibility, and she should be mad at him. We all cut contact with her, but it was after she called us demanding we financially support their mother. She was in on the wedding stuff and is extremely toxic in her own right. Well, that's my story. I hope you found it entertaining. What a way to just, like, genuinely ruin your own day. Like, just to be petty and spiteful like that, like, you didn't have to do that, okay? At that point, it's like you're bringing this negative energy to a day that's supposed to be special, and you're being, like, spiteful. For what?
I have cause. It is because I hate him.
I understand she felt some type of way about not being invited to your wedding over things that she did. But, like, not only did she exclude you, she also excluded her nieces and nephews and made them feel like they weren't part of the family.
You see, your actions have consequences.
I'm really glad that everybody had your back. We're not going to talk about what the sister-in-law did, like the allegations against the brother and what caused her to not be invited. But I just find that very, very funny that she caused this whole situation, the not being invited, and then is still being spiteful toward you. Well, if it isn't the consequences of one's actions. What is the relevance of the stepdaughter having special needs? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, yes, this wasn't addressed. Oh, I'm sorry. My stepdaughter is wheelchair bound. My sister-in-law's excuse for having them sit in the front with the immediate family was because she didn't think my husband could handle his daughter. I can understand having her mom there in that case, but then why have stepdaughters and stepdads up there too? That's a good point. Yes. And also, really relevant update that I thought I would share. I think they're divorced now.
Oh, there's a big surprise.
I don't know all the details because I really don't care to know about her. Love this. Let's not put our energy into people that don't serve us. I don't know the details. I really don't care to know about her. I know she has 2 children and works as a flagger for road crews. You really did kill her with kindness in this respect, and I'm proud of you. The good thing about people is they often show their true colors without you having to do anything. Crazy sister-in-law tries to interject herself into my wedding. Bridesmaids have my back. I love hearing Charlotte's take on wedding drama. So after just finding out some drama that happened at my wedding 10 years ago, I thought I'd share. Ooh, goody, goody.
Won't you share your thoughts with the whole class?
Throw away because my family knows about my mean. My husband's eldest sister is the most egotistical, dramatic person I know. She has to be the center of attention at all times. I saw her a handful of times before we got engaged, and we were not close. Well, after getting engaged, someone gave her my number, and she was very vocal about what I should do for the wedding.
Hey, I have this great idea.
She gave me the contact for a Mennonite wedding dress shop. I informed her I had already gotten my dress. She then wanted to see a picture and complained I didn't invite her to go dress shopping. I replied that I kept it small, with just my mom and 2 bridesmaids, and that I was not sharing the picture of my dress with anyone. That is honestly a good call to not share it with anyone, because especially someone that you don't trust, I don't know.
I'm on to you.
I don't see that going well. Soon after that, she told me that her youngest daughter was the perfect age to be my flower girl, and that she already has a flower girl dress for her to wear. I said my niece was going to be the only flower girl. She said I was welcome to use the white flower girl dress for my niece. I told her I don't want my flower girl in white, but thanks for the offer. She insisted that I had to put my flower girl in white. I stop replying.
Oh, but you simply must, darling.
Says who? Says who? Then she wanted to know what the brothers should wear for the wedding because she was going shopping and she was gonna go pick up new shirts for them. We informed her that the brothers were not a part of the wedding party, so it doesn't matter. She said the boys have to be in the wedding because they are family and it's a tradition. We told her it's our wedding and we were gonna do what we want and not because it's tradition. These are just a few of the ones that I knew about. Now to the things I recently found out about my other sister-in-law, her sister. The day of my wedding wasn't perfect, but I had the attitude of, if it's something that can be fixed, fix it and move on. If it can't be fixed, take a deep breath and move on. Don't let anything mar this day. The bridesmaids knew about my wedding day philosophy and that my soon-to-be in-laws were difficult, so they knew to run interference. Defense! The best offense is a good defense. Is that the term?
The team, go sports!
For example, my bridesmaids and I were outside the venue getting pictures taken when the in-laws arrived. Mother and sister-in-law started to approach and the two bridesmaids who knew them went over and stopped them from coming over, saying we only had so much time before the men arrived so they can talk to me and get pictures together later. On to the sister-in-law trying to interject into the wedding. We got our pictures done and then I hid away in the bridal suite until the ceremony. My bridesmaids were wonderful, helping to make sure everything was set up and ready to go. They were coming and going and reassuring me that vendors were here, decorations were up, etc. What they didn't tell me was that my sister-in-law was using me being absent to insist that her daughter was one of the flower girls.
Why? What
a silly hill to die on. Like, really? She actually had her 4-year-old in the white flower girl dress. Bridesmaids knew about this and politely showed her the wedding program with the bridal party listed, the one where her daughter was not listed as the flower girl. She then wanted to know where the family was gathering to be escorted in when the ceremony started. We had no family being escorted in, not even parents and grandparents. Bridesmaids set her straight. Oh my goodness. The fact that they even have to do this, like, they're small things, but it's also just like, why create problems? Just show up.
Get wrong.
Like, in this sister-in-law's mind, she's trying to like have control over some aspect of the wedding. Maybe she's, genuinely thinking like,
oh, this is the way our family does it. And, I want to keep up with tradition.
But at the end of the day, it's not her wedding and she should just shut the front door. She tried to convince my soon-to-be husband that I approved her singing a song during the ceremony. Oh. Again, my bridesmaids intervened and said they would go confirm with me. Why create these, problems? Just sit back, enjoy the party.
Get wrong.
She then changed her story and said it was her wedding gift to us. Depends on how good she is. Husband politely declined and said the ceremony was already planned and to change it now was too much trouble. Yeah, don't you need to be set up with AV and stuff like that in order to accommodate a request like this? It is actually so unbelievably common for family to interject like this. It seems small.
No big deal. It is a big deal.
The little things pile up. I can tell you right now that between signing wedding contracts, ensure I'm paying deposits on time, navigating the 120 person guest list, navigating all the people who, didn't book when I told them to book and now are scrambling to find a place to stay. Navigating, all of the weird family dynamics and drama, people who say they're coming and not coming and then it's just keep in mind when someone is getting married, someone in your family, a close friend or whatever, they are already dealing with a lot and navigating a lot. So while you might think that, just a simple request like this is an easy thing, it becomes not an easy thing because after a certain point, it's please just I don't need another thing on my plate.
Can't you see I'm busy?
I already have another full-time job planning a wedding and accommodating everybody. Please, just don't. I'm sure there's more things she tried to do that I don't know about, but these are the 3 I just found out from her sister, who I also just learned was asked by my husband to keep an eye on sister-in-law the day of the wedding. I confirmed with one of my bridesmaids that she told me the bridal party did stop mother-in-law from doing numerous things to bring attention to herself. They were happy to do it and were glad that I could have as stress-free of a wedding as possible. Bridal party for the win. Honestly, Kudos to your friends. Oh, and she also wore a white shirt with a pink skirt and tried to get her other sisters to wear white shirts so they would match in the family pictures. Luckily, it's not something I noticed until looking back at the wedding pictures. I mean, listen, all of these things are kind of like not overtly trying to steal the spotlight, definitely trying to have control over some aspects of the wedding, but just like, just back off. Those were some psycho sister-in-laws that tried to ruin the wedding. It's sad that I found like quite a few stories and only in our subreddit that work with this topic. Subscribe!
Fucking Brian.
Hey everybody, welcome back. My best friend ghosted me for years just to secretly marry my ex. Plus some more bestie wedding drama on Storytime with Charlotte. This was posted in the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. For those that need a translation. All the stories in today's video are from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit. You know that saying, friends come and go, but best friends are forever? Yeah, turns out that's a lie. At least in my case. I had a ride or die best friend. Let's call her Lena. Lena the Mina? I'm in a feisty mood today, guys. We met in elementary school and we were inseparable. Even when we had different friend groups in high school, at the end of the day, we were each other's person. We even escaped together. Escaped what? Literally. Lena had a really bad home life, and when we got accepted to an out-of-state college, I was the one who helped her get out. We had a whole plan. Graduate, get our first professional jobs, and move in together as boss ladies living our best lives. So what's the problem? She wasn't just my best friend. She was like my sister. I genuinely believed she was going to be in my life forever. Enter my high school relationship that just wasn't good enough. Back in high school, I dated a guy. Let's call him Matt. From junior year until second year of high school. He was my first serious boyfriend and I really liked him. Lena, however, hated him. She would constantly say I could do better, that he was not worth my time, that he was so wrong for me. But it didn't even matter because after high school graduation, we broke up. We were moving out of state for college and had no intention of coming back. It was a clean break, no drama, no heartbreak, just two people going in different directions. Then came the love of my life. Once we got to college, Lena introduced me to a guy. Let's call him Ryan. Ryan was in one of Lena's classes and she was so excited about me meeting him.
You have to meet him. He is perfect for you.
And well, she was right. Okay. I wasn't even looking for anything serious, but Ryan and I just clicked. We were actually perfect for each other. Lena and I, we built our life together, renting an apartment off campus, working part-time jobs, and enjoying college years, all while Ryan and I were growing closer. Then, during junior year of college, Ryan proposed. I said yes. And that's when Lena changed. Did she introduce you to this guy just so that she could get your ex? This bitch. At first, she seemed happy for me, but I started noticing small things. She became more distant, a little less available. At the time, I figured maybe it was because our plan was changing. We had always planned to live together after college graduation, but now I was getting married, and I knew that meant our dynamic would shift, but I never thought it would be a deal breaker for our friendship. Still, I tried so hard to keep her in my life. I wanted her involved in my wedding planning and my happiness and everything. But little by little, she kept pulling away. Friendships normally kind of drift when one person gets into a relationship. Like just a little bit, you know, like you shouldn't get into a relationship and then totally forget about all of your friendships. Not only when you need to bitch about your boyfriend or your girlfriend. Let's maintain friendships when we get into relationships, regardless of someone new coming into your life. And let's not just keep those friendships to vent. By the time college graduation rolled around, we weren't as close anymore. I moved in with my husband and she started living alone. I still made an effort to hang out with with her, but she started making excuses. She was always busy and swamped with work. In an effort to try to hold on to our friendship, I wanted to plan a girls' night just like old times. Her response?
I'll have to check my calendar.
That was it. That was the moment I realized I was done chasing her. She never reached out again. No birthday messages, no holiday texts. Nothing. And when I had my daughter, the baby I had planned to name after her since we were teenagers, she wasn't there. I didn't even tell her. My goodness. Well, we know by the title what happened. Do we really feel so guilty about this? I mean, I would feel guilty about doing something shady like this too, because the whole time they were OP and this guy, her like high school boyfriend, were together, Lena was telling her that he wasn't good enough for her. And like, you know, she hated him and all this stuff. And it was like, okay, so now what? Was that all just like a very long ploy to get the guy you liked? It can't be that, can it? Oh, Lord. I valued our friendship so much. For the longest time, she was the most important person in my life outside of my family. She was the person I shared everything with, the one who knew me better than anyone. And just like that, she was gone. Then I found out the truth. One day, on a whim, I decided to snoop on her social media. I hadn't checked it in years, and that's when I saw it. She got married. Okay, good for her, right? Then I saw who she married. Matt. My high school ex. At first I thought, there's no way. Maybe they reconnected after college. Maybe it's not that deep. Oh, but it was that deep. The more I scrolled, the more I realized that Lena had been dating Matt behind my back for years, starting around the time I met Ryan. Okay, so she introduced you to Ryan because she wanted to date Matt. I mean, it didn't necessarily work out that badly because you did meet your husband through her, but it kind of taints that whole experience, doesn't it? Suddenly, everything makes sense. She didn't just grow distant, she cut me off because she was hiding him from me. And here's the thing, I wouldn't have even cared. But that's the thing, right? People who like stonewall and create that kind of distance, I genuinely believe that they know stuff. They know for sure. Oh, they've been knowing. And guess what? It's much easier for them to cut you off than it is to
busy one.
face a possible confrontation in which they are the bad guy. She knows she's the bad guy. She probably would be mad if it were her in this situation. You know, if she had just talked to you, maybe it all would have been fine. I feel like there's something deeper there where she knows that she liked him from the beginning and she was trying to get you not to date him. Why the guilt otherwise? Why the pretending to hate? If you hated him so much, then wouldn't he be bad for you too? Wouldn't he be not good enough for you too? I'm not the kind of person who bans friends from dating my exes. If it didn't work out with me, maybe it will work out with someone else. Sure, it's a little weird considering I kissed the guy once upon a time, but honestly, who cares? I was so in love with my husband, I never thought twice about Matt. I mean, he was a guy that you met in high school. This girl clearly valued a guy far more than she valued your friendship. That's what's f***ed up about this. Instead of just telling me, instead of being upfront, she let our entire friendship die over a guy she pretended to hate. The irony, she spent years telling me that Matt wasn't good enough for me, and yet she ended up for him. Oh, the irony is not lost, babes. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm mad anymore. At this point, I just laugh, because if she just had told me, I wouldn't have cared, but instead she burned our entire relationship to the ground over a guy she swore was trash. Good luck, Lena. Good luck waking up to him every day, knowing deep down if you had just told the truth, I would have been happy for you. Honestly, babe, I don't think she loses much sleep over it. I hate to say it, but with women like this, male-centric women, they will put you in situations and dangerous situations and situations in which they choose the male validation or the relationship over you time and time again. That is so crappy that that happened to you. I am so sorry, especially because you've known her for so long and you considered her a sister. You hold someone in such high regard and you would do anything for that person, but then you realize that it's not equal. They don't love you as much as you love them. It's sad. I bet she was with him while you two were together. Ooh, that's a hot take. She set you up with Ryan to distract you. The fact she hated him was the giveaway. There's a fine line between hate and love. I don't even know if she ever really hated him, honestly. I think that she pretended to hate him because secretly the whole time she liked him. And maybe you valued her opinion so much that was part of the reason that you guys broke up. You just didn't really feel like it was worth it. It's like, how am I honestly going to be in a relationship with someone that my best friend absolutely cannot stand? Like, it worked out. Obviously, you are with, you know, someone who was perfect for you, and it worked out great for you. It just really sucks. All right, OP responds, and she really did act like she hated him. She would refer to him as ugly and dumb and talk bad about him every chance she got. Me and him had a nice, easygoing relationship, and now that I think about it, when we broke up, it was a very smooth breakup because he confessed there was someone else he was interested in. It could have very easily been her, but who knows? My goodness. That also explains the guilt too, if she secretly liked him the whole time and told you all this stupid stuff that wasn't true just because she secretly liked him and wanted him for herself. That would make me feel a little guilty if it were me. I had a roommate in undergrad do the same thing to me, basically. But the way I see it, the garbage just took itself out. Don't waste any more energy on her. Enjoy your life with your husband. There's definitely something to be said for this. I know it's kind of like, it seems like this betrayal because it's like, holy shit, my whole life was a lie. Like, this friendship was a lie. And you're probably second guessing all of the times, you know, you're going back in your like log of memories and you're like, oh, that was kind of jealousy coded, not gonna lie. But I think, and this is something that's easier to talk about than it is in practice, I think giving energy to people who do not serve us, and I don't mean like bow down and serve, I mean, you know, they make your life hard in some way, or they don't make you happy, or they drain your energy. That's what I mean by serve, okay? I'm not like, I mean kind of like bow down, but I'm kidding. Let's learn to not give any energy to those who are careless with our feelings and our heart. OP responds, she really encouraged a breakup because for one, she hated him, and two, we were moving to a neighboring state for college, so clearly the long distance would not work out. I mean, it might have. I mean, clearly it worked out for her. I'm obviously my own person and didn't just break up with him because she pushed for it. He and I were just not in love anymore. Okay, well, that's good to know. So I don't believe him still liking me was even a factor for her literally throwing our friendship away. All right, one last response from OP. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for the comments. It really did hurt. Yes, I'm sorry that this happened. It sucks. Part of me wants to reach out for closure, but I don't know if it would even be worth it. Girl, you are not gonna get closure. You're gonna get a whole lot of gaslighting. What's she gonna do? Admit to the fact that she lied to you about hating him so that you guys would break up, pretended to be your best friend for years, introduced you to your husband so that she could date your ex, and then ghosted you once she realized she was in the clear? At least she did you a solid, you know? She's just like, okay, this is just for my guilt, my own guilt. I'm gonna make sure that she's happy, and then I'm gonna go and do this really thing to her. It's so twisted and weird. At the end of the day, I'm grateful she introduced me to my husband because he's now my rock. Had she not introduced us, I probably would have never met him. Well, certainly an interesting story. Thank you for sharing. No etchy DNA 848. Okay, interesting. I wonder if this is the woman that OP was posting about. Wouldn't that be tea? I don't think it is, but imagine it was. Imagine that this was Lena. I chose my wedding over my best friend of 20 years. Ooh, okay. I feel like this is very relevant because now we get to hear like the opposite side of like why. I mean, it's not her, but imagine it was. Anyhow, there may be grammatical errors here and there as English is not my first language. And sorry in advance, this is kind of long. That's okay. I like them long. I like them chunky. I like them chunky. I, 31 female, and my best friend, let's call her me, 32 female, met in summer of 2005 when her family lived next door to us. I don't remember how we became close. I just remember we clicked almost instantly. I was 11 and she was 12. We became each other's partners in crime. I'm admittedly closer to her than I am with my sister. When I turned 18, I moved to a bigger city about 7 to 8 hours away from my hometown. This is where I found a job and slowly built my career and became independent. Around 2017, I decided to move to a different company, and that's when I met my husband-to-be. Let's call him Ralph, 32 male. About after a month of getting to know each other, we decided to start dating and have been together since. This is important context. Getting engaged is not a common practice in our country. It's usually only reserved for the rich. Common folks like us usually just go straight to the marriage talks. No proposals, no rings. With that said, me and Ralph started talking about getting married in 2020 and started saving for the wedding since. Same year, 2020, I was contacted by me asking if she could temporarily live with me while she's job hunting. And since I don't live with Ralph, I obviously agreed. At this time, I understood the indication that she wouldn't be able to help with rent, bills, and groceries, but I'm fine with that. And I was earning enough for the both of us. I mean, listen, I'm all about helping a friend when they're in need, but I can see this going south very quickly. A month after she moved in with me met her boyfriend, Jay. At this point, she still has not found a job. Let me guess, Jay also moved in. Her reasoning was that she hadn't found the right job yet, which at the time I supported until 2 weeks after she met Jay, she told him to move in with her at my house. God, I'm traumatized without my knowledge. Sounds about right. Imagine my surprise when one day I got home from work, only to see some random guy in my living room, in his boxers, sitting on my couch and eating my favorite snacks while watching TV. Oh girl, not the snacks. It better not have been your peanut butter. I swear. Out of panic, I threw my bag and my shoes at him. Ooh, I mean, fair enough. There's some random dude, like naked ass dude sitting in your living room, shouting, telling him to get out of my house. Startled, me emerged from the kitchen, looking at me and laughing while introducing Jay to me as if nothing strange is happening. She took an inch and she walked a whole mile, bestie, all over you. Because seriously, she's not paying to live there and she didn't even let you know that she had a boyfriend and he was coming over. Like a strange man. Like, I understand she trusts him. Imagine just like coming home to your place and seeing some random dude there that you've never met before. Yeah, it's an absolutely not from me. I pulled her into my room and asked, what the hell is happening here? She just said that his boutique business went down due to the pandemic and he has nowhere to go. So she invited him to live with her. Oh, how nice. Mind you, they've known each other for 2 weeks at this point. She brought a homeless man into your house. Bestie, you have 2 homeless people living with you for free. You can't make this shit. Like, it's too specific. I can't wrap my head around this and tried to reason with her. But since I admittedly was a people pleaser and can't say no, she was able to convince me to let them stay in my basement. The same basement I renovated as my library and movie room. My most favorite part of the house. They're gonna park down there and never leave, bestie. And guess what? Squatters have a lot of rights. I mean, it depends on where you are, but like, once someone moves in with you, you're at their mercy. And yes, you guessed it right. They lived with me rent-free, and since both of them are unemployed, they can't even contribute for bills and groceries. At the time, I just thought that I was helping her, that since I'm earning more, it's not a big deal. I mean, yes, you were helping her, but that did not extend to some random dude. Sadly, this caused arguments between me and Ralph, to the point I had to sit me down and talk to her about the situation. She started taking gigs, Jay remained unemployed, and she was able to contribute at least 1/4 of the bills and groceries. Still rent-free, but at least she was starting to contribute. I don't understand how you're not embarrassed asking this of someone. It's one thing to like live with someone and help you like kind of get on your feet for like a week or 2, maybe a month if things are really bad, but to stay rent-free in someone's house and not feel obligated to contribute in some way. Like, you don't just have to contribute, like, let's say monetarily, but at least keep the place clean. Maybe there's a way that you can contribute, you know, making sure that everything is taken care of, making sure you're cleaning everything. There are other ways to contribute if you can't monetarily contribute, but it doesn't really sound like she's doing anything and didn't feel like doing anything until you told her, hey, this isn't appropriate. That's what I thought. As me was too picky, she doesn't last in whatever job she got. Beggars can't be choosers. So it came to a point where she only gives me 1/4 of a contribution once every 3 to 4 months. I even tried offering them a job at the company I work at. Cleaning crew and pay is good, but they declined. Why would they work when they can literally live for free with you, bestie? They declined, giving excuses that the job is not for them or whatever. This lasted for 4 years. Girl! Until November of 2024, me and Jay decided to go back to me's hometown, stating there's no work for them there. There's a lot, they're just too picky. They're not too picky, they're just entitled. They're deadbeats, babe. Come on now. They figured out that they can get by finding a sucker. This is the thing about entitlement. It's the thing about handouts, okay? Once you kind of get used to somebody always coming in and saving the day, you never have a reason to go out there and save yourself. You're not doing them any favors by helping them. It's one thing to help for a short amount of time. It's another thing to end up with them for 4 years. I understand you're a people pleaser, as am I. Holy girl. After they left, Ralph and I started to talk about our wedding plans again. At this time, he and I still don't live together. I mean, honestly, I would have literally like moved out of that place and left her to pay the rent. And lived with Ralph. As I mentioned, we started saving since 2020 and had our plans to get married postponed twice, 2023 and 2024. After almost 8 years and multiple family dramas, we decided to finally tie the knot this year. As we saved a significant amount of money this past 4 years, for reference, Ralph and I both work in marketing and earned 6 digits. Yes, bestie. We decided to make our wedding grand. Ooh, yes, babe. By December of 2024, we've selected a wedding planner, coordinator, found a beautiful church and venue for the ceremony and reception, and is currently in talks with suppliers and vendors. By January of this year, we started asking people to be part of our entourage. No one else knows about our wedding outside the entourage as we haven't announced it yet. I called me personally and asked her to be my bridesmaid. My sister is my maid of honor, and she agreed. She sounded genuinely happy over the phone. However, love a cheeky little however. A week after my call with her, she posted on her Facebook account that she and Jay are getting married in April of 2025. Remember when I mentioned that engagements and proposals are not common? Our common friends congratulated her without asking when and how they got engaged. The thing is, I didn't know about it either. If not for the post, I wouldn't have even been aware that they're also planning to get married. I called to congratulate her, asking about it, and she said that it just happened. That's weird that she didn't call you. I'm sorry. If I feel like I'm really good friends with someone and I don't get like a phone call from them when something like really big happens in their life, I don't feel very important. I'm just saying. It kind of like honestly like demotes me a little bit. Either way, I don't mind getting married in the same year as her since the month and date are different anyways. Okay, good. At least that. I even asked her if she wants to stay in my bridal party or if she wants to be a guest instead, in which she assured me she wants to be my bridesmaid. But it's worth mentioning that our entourage won't be spending a penny for our wedding, as we decided to cover everything from dresses to hair and makeup. Around the 4th week of January, me and Ralph shared our plans, including the budget, to our entourage, which surprised them. Us and our group of friends are from middle-class families, so their surprise is understandable. I made sure to let them know that we saved for 4 years for this wedding and we wanted to make it as grand as we can. Unfortunately, this did not sit well with me. She called me one day. This is my next point. That's interesting that she chose to announce her engagement before you had a chance to. And now she called asking why I'm trying to upstage her and why I'm ruining her wedding. Bestie, she tried to upstage you by announcing her engagement before you. Like, the fact that that even crossed your mind is so weird. Like, the fact that even crossed her mind that she could possibly be trying to upstage her means that she's projecting. I reminded her that she didn't mention anything about her getting married, and I just learned it from her Facebook post. She then started to say comments about us spending too much on our wedding when it would only be for a day. Saying how it'll be better if I spend some of our budget for her wedding instead. That's a funny joke. I was flabbergasted. The way she said things made me think that she just saw me as a piggy bank, that she's entitled to my money. What's worse, she demanded I postpone my wedding, saying that another postponement on our wedding won't make any difference since our wedding was already postponed twice anyways. She gotta go, bestie. I started seeing red. She knows the reasons why we postponed. She knows how miserable me and Ralph were when our initial wedding plans got postponed, and she had the audacity to demand that. She didn't even ask, she demanded it. To top it all off, she said that she would make use of the venue, flowers, catering, and other wedding stuff we already paid for. The audacity. It's comical at this point, babe. Like, come on. To think we are getting married in the city we currently live at while they're getting married in our hometown. I lost it. I don't like confrontation, but the devil inside me woke up at that time. I told her everything about how I felt ever since she let Jay stay at my place without consulting me, to how much I covered for their rent, bills, and groceries, to how much she changed after meeting Jay. I let it all out to the point that I was sobbing. I realized how hurt I was and how I've been holding it in for 4 years as they stayed at my place. She stayed silent, then hung up on me. I haven't heard back from her since. So yeah, I chose to proceed with my wedding over my best friend of 20 years. I guess I don't have a best friend anymore. Girl, she wasn't much of a friend to begin with, let's be honest. Come on now. P.S. I forgot to mention me talked to our common friends about me trying to upstage and ruin her wedding. And since me posted about her wedding first, they believed her and have lost more friends. P.S.S. I also forgot to mention that me was from a religious family and the wedding was forced by her dad as he caught them together. I was also told by a common friend that I'm still friends with that the possible reason for me's outburst was because she compared my wedding wedding to hers. I was told she would be having a civil wedding. Breaking news, both of them are still unemployed and Mi's dad is paying for the wedding. This is the thing about being a people pleaser, babe. I'm starting to realize this as time goes on. The more you people please and put your own well-being aside for other people's feelings and to help other people, the more your resentment will build up and the more people will use you and the more you're gonna freak out like this when you're driven to a point that you can't take it anymore. We do have an update, which I'm very excited to share. So here's the update. I talked to Ralph about this. I showed him your comments and he agreed with you. We've set up passwords with our vendors and suppliers to avoid any possible issues. We're also in talks with our wedding planner and the venue owner for a possible change in venue. Going back to me, even before, Ralph kept telling me that her and Jay were staying at my place freeloading was not right. It wasn't. For 4 years, girl, Sadly, I had too much faith in our friendship that it made me ignore all the red flags. But trust me, looking back, I can say Mi was not like this. She was there whenever I needed her most. I never felt she used me or took advantage of me when we were younger. But I noticed that changed when I moved away and started working. I got into university at 15 and graduated early at 18, which is why I was able to move away from our hometown for work early. While I started working, she remained at school. Unfortunately, she didn't finish college and met the wrong crowd. This will be relevant later on. Ever since I was a kid, I've been told I liked giving gifts, and this continued into adulthood. I can say this is my love language. This is why whenever I was on vacation to our hometown, I always brought my friends gifts. I also like to take them out to dinner from time to time. I think this is when Mi started taking me for granted and started taking advantage of me. Looking back, I realized that whenever we were out, I either asked her to go out or she asked me.
I know, it's because she says something bad.
Take them out to dinner from time to time. I think this is when Mi started taking me for granted and started taking advantage of me. Looking back, I realized that whenever we were out, I either asked her to go out or she asked me. It was always me who paid the bill. I also remembered I always gave her gifts on her birthdays. I even paid for our vacation on her 25th birthday, but never even once received a gift from her. Not even a card. She simply sent me a text message wishing me a happy birthday. Back then, I just thought that she was still a student. It's fine. It's the thought that counts. There was also a time where she introduced me to her group of friends. Same friends that cussed me out for stealing her thunder and ruining her wedding. And yes, the same wrong crowd. Doesn't really sound like you missed out on much of a friendship, I'm just saying. It was supposed to be an eat out with just the two of us, but I ended up paying for 6 more people. These random meetups with her random friends happened multiple times, and I remembered I was always the one paying for it. Oh, girl, what? One of her friends even borrowed money from me, $500 with Mi's guarantee. Honestly, I think this must be cultural. Thinking about like my aunts, specifically my like Romanian aunts, they are such good people and they do so much for other people to the point that it literally kills them. Like it gets to a point where they are always constantly taking care of people at their own health expense. And I think that this must be cultural. Obviously, we would all like to think we gotta give without expecting anything in return. But unfortunately, there are people who take advantage of that. I feel like we kind of let people take advantage of it. I should have known then, but as I said, I was blind. And yes, I never got that money back. After thinking hard about it, I realized she really did take advantage of me. She used and financially abused me for years. With that said, I called my mom earlier today and asked her to pass the phone to Mi's dad. My mom and her dad are still neighbors. I told her dad everything. I also sent him the copy of the ledger I kept. All unpaid rent, bills, and groceries. Ooh, good for you. You kept receipts, babe. So wait, here's a question. Her dad is paying for her whole wedding, and she also wants you to give her money for her wedding? Is that what I'm understanding? Something I learned from my job. Surprisingly, her dad told me that he was sending money to me those 4 years that she lived with me. Yes, she was receiving money from her dad. Dude, she was rinsing you both. I was told that the said money was her part for the rent and for her to buy her own groceries. I was surprised. I told her dad I have not received anything from me other than the amount indicated in my ledger. He was livid, especially because she was living with Jay all those years. She was here. I'm not sure where the money went. Maybe that's how she was able to buy things while unemployed. Anyhow, her dad told me he'll be paying it back. He also told me he won't be paying for their wedding anymore and will be giving them an ultimatum to either find a job and get married or he will kick them both out of his house. Now I will be getting my money back soon. Wow, you really handled this situation very, very well. We'll be using the money for our honeymoon. There's a possibility that me and Jay won't get married. I also blocked her and her friends' numbers as well as on Facebook because I'm sure she'll be calling me nonstop once she hears from her dad. So yeah, for now I guess all is well and unpaid debts have been settled. I am a little guilty about the possibility of ruining Mi's wedding, but Ralph assured me that since me and her friends are already accusing me of doing so, I'm just owning up to it. Like literally everybody already knows or thinks that you ruined her wedding. wedding, so whatever. Thanks, everyone. I realized I didn't mention this in my original post. I love you, Charlotte. I love you too. Thank you for sharing. I'm so glad you stuck up for yourself. You went to the right person to tell. Like, I was like, ooh, should we publicly talk about it? Like, should we make a Facebook post exposing her?
No,
but no,
I did that.
you went and told the person this information that would hurt her the most. Her piggy bank. Well, her other piggy bank. I'm proud of you, bestie. Subscribe!
Daddy bang. The bang daddy. And something like that. Dang.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Today we have a submission from the Charlotte Dobre YouTube subreddit about someone who had to kick her mother-in-law out of her wedding. Did she deserve it? Let's find out. Mother-in-law falsely accuses father-in-law on our wedding day, then was removed from the venue after insulting me for my health issues. Interesting. Ooh, I can't, sorry. I got some Uggs on. They're really fat. They're big booties. For context. Love context. My mother-in-law left her sons, then got divorced from my father-in-law when my husband and his brother were very young. And they lived almost full-time with their dad. Their mom bounced around all over the place and was in and out of their lives until they were teenagers and she met her now husband, which is when she finally stopped being verbally and physically her. Can't say that on YouTube, but it's... They didn't particularly enjoy their time with their mom. She often talks crap about their dad and makes up stories to try and gain sympathy. My husband, 28, and I have only seen her about 20 times or so in the last 7 years we've been together. She's hard to be around for a list of reasons boiling down to she's very negative and she's great at twisting stories, especially stories from the past. I know this post is long and I'm sorry for that. Oh, don't apologize, Bessie. I love a long post.
Never apologize, mister.
I love a long story. I cut a lot of details and tried to summarize as much as possible. But if you've ever had a mother-in-law like mine, or just really enjoy toxic mother-in-law stories, you might enjoy this read too. I think I will. Before our wedding, I was getting ready in the bridal suite with my bridesmaids and the other family members when my mother-in-law waltzed in. She said she wanted to hang out with me before the ceremony, so I sat down and talked to her for a minute. When mother-in-law was done going on about how excited she was for her big day too, okay. She praised her boys for becoming the men they are today and said that she raised them right and was happy they turned out so well despite their dads towards her and them. I was so dumbfounded, I just meekly said, "Excuse me." She said, "Oh, you didn't know that?" Like a teenage mean girl gloating to her ex-best friend that the boy she likes is going to prom with her instead. I don't like where this is going. To clarify, my father-in-law never hurt anyone, let alone his ex-wife and sons. Ooh, that's a difficult game to be playing. That is not a game we want to play. It's funny how she's projecting. When mother-in-law said the habush toward her and the boys was the reason she left, that she didn't want her boys to be around that, I had enough. Her lies were getting so big she wasn't even able to follow logic anymore to make it make sense. I stopped her and said I was sorry for what she went through, but asked if we could talk about it later because I only wanted to talk about happy things that day, period, as you should. She says she understood that, but she felt like she needed to warn me before I officially started calling them family, and that I should be careful about what I believe because
my boys make up lies about me and were brainwashed by their dad.
Interesting that she chose your wedding day to like come and warn you about these things. Like, what does she want you to do? Just like leave? I told mother-in-law I'm sorry, but I wasn't comfortable with the conversation and tried to end things there. But mother-in-law wouldn't let me go. She talked about how she used to be close with my husband's ex and she wanted us to be like that. My sister couldn't hear any more of this, so she walked over and told me we needed to finish getting ready and suggested that mother-in-law go visit her son in the groom's quarters. Mother-in-law insisted she would rather stay. Ooh, she kind of sounds like a dark cloud just ready to on your parade. The expression is rain on your parade, but I like the image of poo-poo more. I told her I really appreciated spending time with her before the wedding, but I wanted to spend some time alone with just my family and my bridesmaids to finish getting ready, and I'm sure my husband would like to see her too. Mother-in-law looked at me like I had just spit in her face and offended her entire ancestral line. I unknowingly opened her floodgates of fury. She accused me of poisoning her son against her. Oh, that took a turn. I thought we were like besties. I thought you guys were like BFF in the bridal suite. That I'm the reason he never visits or calls. I wouldn't go that far. I said that's not how my husband and I see it, and we could all talk about that later, but I would really appreciate it if she left the bridal suite for now. Mother-in-law went on about how messed up it is that I'm stopping a son from seeing his mother, and I'm an insult to women for treating her this way, especially since she was a victim. It doesn't really, like, there's a time and a place to be talking about stuff like this, even if she was a victim. Someone else's wedding day is not that day. Read the room. Okay? What have I said before on this channel? Do not bring problems to the bride on her wedding day. Ever. My sister called her horrible for saying such terrible and inappropriate things and said no one believes her lies. The room went dead silent, period. Oh, so that shut her up. Mother-in-law accused me of talking crap about her to my family, but I was done holding my tongue. I told mother-in-law it's not that I don't believe her, it's that I didn't want to be standing in our wedding venue in my wedding dress speaking ill of my father-in-law. I wanted this to be a happy day, but I was starting to get upset, and I wanted her to leave the bridal suite for now. Fair boundary. It's interesting how you express a boundary to certain people and they just like do not respect that. She was still accusing me of alienating her son against her when my husband and brother-in-law walked through the door with a bridesmaid who had left to get them. The cavalry is here! I was so relieved to see my husband. I didn't even care about the fact that our first look picture was now ruined. He asked what was going on, so mother-in-law turned on the crocodile tears and said she didn't know how things escalated so much. Classic playing the victim.
You're not a victim. Not at all.
She was only trying to have an honest talk with me, and the next thing she knew, I was trying to kick her out of the wedding. I wouldn't say that that's an honest talk. I would say that's more of like a talking about her family and trying to convince you not to marry into it. I would say that's what she was doing. She said, I'm so sorry, honey, but I just feel like I'm always being excluded from things and I just couldn't take that from her, not today. I think she respectfully told you before you got irate that she didn't want that kind of energy around her. And I think that is a fair boundary to express. I reassured him I was not trying to kick her out of the wedding. I only asked her if she would leave the bridal suite while I was getting ready because I was feeling uncomfortable with the topic she was discussing, and she wasn't dropping it like I asked. I mean, yeah, you kind of only told her to leave after you said that, like, please don't talk about this, it's my wedding day, like, I'd rather only talk about, like, happy things today. I want to feel, like, happy. I was in near tears, oh, bestie, from the situation and my anxiety. So my husband asked what exactly made me so upset. I told him I didn't want to talk about it right now. My husband asked his mom to apologize to me for now, and she said she would after I apologized to her first. For what? I told her I was sorry she was hurting, but that's all I was going to apologize for now. She briefly reverted back to her toddler days, waving her arms around in a temper tantrum.
Do you see how rude and disrespectful she is to me? Your dad and her turned you both against me.
My brother-in-law cut her off, asking what their dad has to do with this. My sister said that he didn't want to know, and she didn't even want to repeat the things she said about him. My husband asked if that's what upset me, and mother-in-law insisted she felt she had to warn me about him before we had any kids. It's gonna be a no from me, dog. My husband said that was ridiculous because no one's talked to her about having kids yet. She said she knew my health issues would make it hard for me to get pregnant. Absolutely not! What is your problem? And maybe that's a sign I wasn't meant to become a mom because I would be a horrible mom after the way I treated her. You're done. And if it turns out I'm barren, she hopes my husband will take a step back to look at all the other red flags he ignored. Oh dear. What a high stress situation. This is like literally the exact opposite of what this like. The bridal suite is a very like symbolic thing, you know? Like you're surrounded by the women in your life, they're uplifting you, you're all getting ready for this, honestly, one of the most important days of your life. It's supposed to be this very uplifting, nurturing experience. It's not supposed to be an excuse to talk about people and like bring this like negative energy. Like it's an absolutely not from me. My husband said the only red flags he ignored were hers, and that stops today. He chewed her out for insulting me and trying to use my health issues against me. He called her out for her negative comments and selfish and manipulative behavior and said that's why they don't make more of an effort. Yeah, This is the thing about being like a negative person. There's a lot of people who thrive on negativity. You know, misery loves company, that kind of. Sometimes people just genuinely don't want to be around that. It's so draining to have a friend or someone in your life that is like so unbelievably negative all the time, and they just can't see that, like, you know, maybe in their mind they're trying to connect with you or whatever, but at the same time, not everybody wants to be around that all the time. They want to be around people that uplift them. It was all I could do to try to hide my smile when he told her he wasn't gonna let her try to rewrite history anymore. She was like a deer caught in headlights, but her surprised Pikachu face quickly dropped when my husband told her if our wedding day wasn't important enough for her to keep her comments to herself for once, then he didn't want her at that wedding anymore. The magma. The liquid hot magma that was building inside my mother-in-law's volcano finally erupted. She yelled,
"No, we couldn't do this to her, that she deserves to be here."
Like, these people are all trying to tell you, Miss Mother-in-Law, to change your behavior, or to at least just kind of like reserve that kind of talk for a day that's not a wedding day. And you're not listening.
Stamp a double stamp. You can't double stamp a double stamp, Lord.
How frustrating. She cried about how unfair this was, and she didn't want to miss our big day. That it'll be one more thing she's excluded from, and she just can't take it. Okay, well, if you don't want to be excluded from things, maybe you need to listen to other people when they're telling you they don't like your behavior. She tried saying again she has nothing but good intentions, and she couldn't believe this was happening. But my brother-in-law wasn't having any of it. He said it was clear that she wanted to make a big scene to show us how upset she was, so she would stop everything and dote on her. Yeah, she's trying to make it about her, honestly. Like, she's trying to make this day about her. Even the comment about being like,
her big day
and stuff like that. This is not her wedding. This is not about her and her problems and how everybody hurts her and how she's the victim. Like, this is supposed to be a happy day. Happy. All she did was remind us why we don't pick up the phone and make more of an effort. My husband and brother-in-law never stand up to their mom because she lives far enough away and we only see her a few times a year. The thing is also, like, sometimes when you stand up to people like this, they literally just like don't hear you. Like, not listening. I'm not listening. They play the victim and then you feel bad, and then, you know, like, you realize that you can't express boundaries with certain people, which is why you kind of cut off contact, because it's like you're trying to communicate, and the communication is only one-sided and everybody plays the victim and doesn't take responsibility. It's just easier to not. She lives far enough away and we only see her a few times a year. They never really set any boundaries with her. They find it easier to deal with her toxic behavior in the moment and just move on. So witnessing all of this was like a beautiful Haley's comment for me. I know this is like super negative and maybe she's like, you know, in some ways kind of ruined this moment for you, but I also feel like this kind of had to happen. When mother-in-law said she wasn't leaving until they worked it out, my sister opened the door connecting the venue to the bridal suite and stepped away to make room for 2 security guards to show up. I smiled and winked at my sister, who gave me a thumbs up. Mother-in-law was still crying and begging my husband to let her stay, but he said the damage had been done. She turned to the security guards and said they couldn't kick her out because she's the mother of the groom. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. My husband corrected her and asked her to leave. Security asked her to go with them and she gave us all dirty looks, then started hyperventilating her protests. My husband asked her to please leave again and told her that he'd give her a call after some time. She gave my husband one last dirty look and said he'd regret this before finally walking out with security. Ooh. Something tells me there's a part 2, my friends. Update. I know this was long. If you're still here, thank you for reading it through. My husband and I are going to take some time before he reaches out to her. I'm really on the fence if I even want a relationship with her after all that. Would you leave the door open for her or try to work it out? Or would you steer clear of her altogether? I actually feel like it's quite common for people to not only gaslight but play the victim when they feel attacked. Doesn't always mean that they're like a narcissist. It's more of just like a feeling of, like, you know, when you like tell a little kid that they've done something wrong and they're just kind of like, and they start crying. It's kind of like that. I think that this was a very heightened situation. It might be worth talking to her once everything has calmed down and you could give her like a chance to apologize, but I wouldn't hold your breath. I wouldn't hold your breath. Lots of people are saying steer clear. She's a nutcase.
Je l'ai dit, maman, il faut pas prendre un... Faut vraiment attendre là, qu'il soit mourant. On dit qu'elle était mourante, on dit qu'elle allait mourir le lendemain. Ouais. Vidéo 30. Je suis pas capable. Everybody. It's so funny. Except her. Did you even land? You think AP cannot do much more than what ADs can do? Oh, I really thought that was a real thing. I kind of thought about it though. It does happen. Like, since we can do much more than they can, it's never our fault. Yes. Yes. Like you do execute too, kind of. What, your arm? Yeah. Support tank they are? You need to farm though for that. You can't really do much more. Minions? People, I mean. I know. Writing wrong words. Of course, the stupid dragon.
bug au début, ouais. J'avais un petit bug. Ah, ok, ok. Ah, ok. J'ai-tu des frais à ce moment-là d'intérêt? Vous avez des frais de retard, mais c'est souvent 1%. Bon, ok. Ben, je sais pas pourquoi j'arrive plus à aller dans mon historique. Bon, ok. Bon, c'est ça. Oui, au début, moi, je pense que j'avais de la misère à aller vérifier dans mon compte. J'étais pas habituée. Parce que moi, j'attendais la facture. Je sais pas, je savais pas que c'était en ligne, ou je sais pas trop, j'attendais peut-être la facture. Je pensais que la première facture, il allait me l'envoyer par papier, quelque chose. J'en ai plus la raison, en tout cas. En plus, c'est quoi? Ouais. C'est ça. Là, bon. Fait que là, en plus, là, ça veut dire que j'ai pas reçu le. J'ai pas reçu la facture pour la nouvelle installation de ce nouveau sel en plus. Ou il est inclus là-dedans?
Wow.
Non, ça va coûter cher. Non, je pense pas, je l'avais. C'est pas indiqué, il n'y a aucune indication. Ah, ok. Bon, c'est pour ça, ben là, la normalité, ça va, bon, ça va être combien de montant normal de ma facture par mois? Ah, ok. Fait que là, il y a eu comme un surplus là-dedans qui a été rajouté, c'est comme vous dites, c'est 40$ qui a été rajouté pour par rapport au nouveau sel. Ok, c'est pour ça que ça avait boosté quasiment à 200. C'est pour ça que je voulais savoir c'était quoi, ou juste 80$. Ok, ben là, vous m'avez plus. Bon, c'est ça, je sais plus c'est quoi là. Fait que. Ok, ben c'est bien correct.
I can't wait to watch more Boruto. Because I want to see Kawaii with children. It's so funny.
C'est ça, oui. Là, qu'est-ce qui arrive?
It's funny how awkward it gets. I love it. Oh no, the pain on my eyes is getting on me either eye.
Là, moi, on me dit qu'il pouvait continuer à prendre continuer son téléphone. Je sais pas à ce moment-là, là-bas, s'il va y avoir des frais, d'autres frais. Ça dépend combien de temps qu'il est là-bas. Mais 120 jours maximum à l'étranger. Mais c'est comme 6 mois. À date, il resterait là pour 6 mois encore. Ouais, non, il ne pourrait pas utiliser sa ligne cellulaire là-bas pendant 6 mois. Ça coûterait après 3 mois. Ah, ok, ça ferait 3 mois.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Je m'excuse, 4 mois. Après 4 mois, la ligne va couper. Ouais. Il faut toujours remplacer son forfait par un forfait minimum pour remplacer son délai de téléphone. Ah. Puis, par la suite, lui rembourser ses lignes de 34 Ah, ok. Oui, ok. Après, au Brésil, ok, au Brésil, là-bas, il se prendrait une carte temporaire là-bas. Oui, exactement. Qui pourrait utiliser et tout. Puis, par la suite, quand il revient au Québec, il peut reprendre sa carte mais c'est vrai. Mettons, là, lui, là, il va au Brésil, y a-tu. Moi, on me dit que ça coûterait comme 15$ je sais pas, par jour, par semaine. C'est-tu vrai, ça?
I flash in the dragon pit. I'm not letting you get this dragon.
Ok, parce que là, bon, tel quel, s'il va avec son téléphone, là, il y a, comme tu dis, il faut que ça soit. Il peut pas sans forfait voyageur. Il peut-tu aller là sans forfait voyageur, non? Il peut aller là, mais ça va être. Il peut amener son cellulaire. Ok, il y a 3 options.
Mais juste pour 4 mois.
L'option voyageur, soit que si tu désactives l'option voyageur, ça va être à l'utilisation, ça va être extrêmement cher.
can.
Bon, le mieux, c'est faire quoi, vous dites? D'aller chercher une personne au Brésil. Ah, ok, dès le début? Ou...
Ben oui.
Oui. Ok, dès le début, c'est mieux pour lui qu'il aille chercher une carte SIM au Brésil. Il peut garder son téléphone tout pareil, mais c'est ça? Ouais, c'est ça. Mais c'est ça, c'est pas une carte.
C'est le forfait qui perd, maman.
Ouais. Pendant 4 mois, puis quand il n'y a plus de ligne, ben, transfert.
Non, we're coming.
Sur la carte SIM au Brésil, on peut les mettre à Canada international. Ça va lui permettre de... Il va avoir 45 gigs à l'international. Ah, ok, puis ça, ben, comme c'est comme pour... C'est quelque chose qui paye pour payer le plus. Oui, ben ça change pas de forfait. Le forfait. Ok, il change le forfait. C'est pas un rajout. Oui, il change le forfait.
Yay!
Oui, il change le forfait. Oui, ok. Puis c'est comme... C'est la même chose? C'est-tu plus cher? C'est quoi? Oui, c'est plus cher. C'est plus cher. Seulement, là, ben là, avec les forfaits que vous avez, là, ça devrait être comme un 15-20$ de plus par mois, peut-être. Faudrait voir avec sa ligne. C'est laquelle, sa ligne? Ah, lui, c'est... ça finit par 9-1. 2-1 ou 9-1. Je connais même pas le numéro, moi, de mon gars. C'est 90.
Okay, I have one.
21-90? 21-90, oui. Ouais.
Come on, or you could have at least let the AA trucks have one.
Mais là, je ferai pas. Moi, c'est juste pour m'informer, là. Je ferai rien pour l'instant. Ben, c'est une différence à peu près de 20$, là. C'est une quoi? Une différence à peu près de 20$ par mois. C'est 20$ de plus par mois?
Oh no. Oh no, babies. Oh no, my babies.
Dans un mois à peu près. Il est pas dans un mois.
I am.
Excuse-moi. Je parle ça à ma fille. Il y a quelqu'un qui déménage.
Oh non, déménage ou emménage?
Un ou l'autre. Ça fait 20$, oui. 20$ de plus, comme. Fait que je vais en parler à moi. Ben, je vais en parler à mon gars avant. Là, juste carrément. Pas prendre une carte Sims là-bas. Oui, absolument. C'est ça, je vais y en parler avant de tout ça.
Are you freaking... I didn't click the right one.
Non, c'est bon, mais merci beaucoup de m'avoir éclairé sur ma facture. Ok, merci beaucoup. Au revoir. Merci, bonne journée. J'aime bien faire avec des immigrés. Bon, ben, pas le choix de payer ça, non.
Oh my gosh, they're dumb.
Ah.
How? How? That was such a perfect CC. The shield. Oops. I was too hasty too, maybe on my R. Yeah, you don't want to come here, dum-dum. Dragon is coming. Yeah. Nice. Ta-da. Unless you're the support. No, you get the full gold if you take it all. But those words are 30 normally, aren't they? Oh yeah. Yeah. Also, I should not hit it once at all. I'm sorry. Oh. Nah. Sad. Oh, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Oh, it hurts. Under my arm. Come back here. Come back here. No. I was about to say, where the heck is Warwick? Shit. Well, he tried. The plant is growing soon. I have to go back mid, I'm sorry. Be back though. I have to go back, but I'll be back. Nice. Never mind, we don't need these. Hey, Kovo! Tu veux vraiment que maman l'aime mieux Simba que toi maintenant, hein? C'est ça ton but dans la vie, là? Que toi, t'aimes mieux Simba que lui? On dirait qu'il veut changer. Non, lui, toi. On dirait qu'il s'arrange pour qu'il t'aime mieux Simba que lui. Because he's been an asshole and Simba's been an angel lately.
Moi, pour une fois, il a pas trop fait ses griffes, il avait dormi, je savais même pas qu'il était là.
Ouais.
Mais j'ai dit, ben là, s'il dort là tranquille, c'est correct.
Sorry, sweetie. Bon. This is more important, actually. Oh, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Run, baby, don't die. Go, live your life. Sorry. Well, it was too late. I had to use my shield to get closer to you faster. Don't be sorry. It's funny. I should have went top. Oh, I'm dumb. Your dad is not working today? Dum dum. You got him stuck with you, you dumb. It's like being in the same room as a tiger, a hungry tiger. Or just, you know, what he is, an angry wolf. I know, they're really hard to kill too. I don't know why they're so healthy. Oh no, worry. Dang. I'm just gonna hard. Developer day? Developer day? What do you mean?
Reste un morceau de poulet, toi. Bon, Tipeee, t'es où, là? Tu dors pour l'instant? Bon, mais en tout cas, on va serrer ça. Bon. Oh non, c'est trop long. Trop pas long. Con. Boric. The Boric. The Boric. He's drunk. Jungler's drunk. Go home. I tried to speed. Bon, gars, je commence ça.
I tried to speed away.
Hein? T'as-tu quelque chose? Non. Hein? Ok. Bon, ben, essaie d'acheter le moins de choses possible parce que ça me coûte cher à monter la Vidéotron.
Already. Mais là, il y a Mathieu là, qui pourra plus l'utiliser.
Je sais, mais là, je vois cette activation de 70$.
La désactivation?
L'activation de ton de ta nouvelle ligne. Au début, je l'ai opté pour switcher. Ça aurait été moins cher, tu sais. Mais là, j'aime tellement ton numéro.
Ah ouais?
J'adore le mode, ça. En tout cas, je savais pas quoi faire. Je savais pas que je devrais comme annuler la ligne à Mathieu puis transférer ton numéro dans... mais ils ont dit de toute façon, anyway, juste le fait que c'est un nouveau numéro qu'il faut qu'il rentre, c'est... Je savais pas.
There's already a pink one. GG, they're gonna F it. There's no way. Yep. Easy.
Bon, la raison que ça coûtait si cher, madame la mère, je comprenais pas. Là, c'est sûr, il y a eu comme des frais.
Who was it? The sport. I don't have enough honor. I wanted to honor everybody. Lucky.
Ok, bon, ça. Ok, bon, next.
You hungry, baby? Wanna watch Boruto? Are you making crepes?
What?
Oh, no. Wait. No, I'm not eating that. I'm eating sausages. Oh, you missed my mom's crepes? Mom. Oh, Seraphine disappeared. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, but I forgot who the support was. And she was there at one point. I was waiting for her to use her CC and R, but nope. I'm talking about on me. She never used it. No, she had her R. But did you say her name was Big?
Ça sera pas long, ok? Dès qu'il a fini, on va t'en donner. D'accord?
Her name was Big.
Oh, petit.
Big Dick.
Oh, ça paraît que tu viens. Il y a une face d'un chat qui vient de se faire réveiller. Là, il est tout comme. Une face de bœuf qui vient de se faire réveiller. Ah, t'es tout amoché, toi. Ça va? Ça va, c'est bon? Ah. Il est tout comme. Ok.
Sim.
Ok, tu check le plat. Merde, non.
Simba. Hello, baby.
Les persécutions, les souffrances. À quelle souffrance n'ai-je pas été?
Oh, egg roll time, ok. Oui, ok, ben tiens, gars. Ça fait beaucoup, c'est pas grave. Non. Tiens, viens ici, toi.
Et le Seigneur m'a délivré.
Good boy.
Ah, tu peux manger des Miam, miam, miam. Bon, ok, la boîte. Je sais pas si tu tripes là-dessus, toi, à moi, on peut donner ça peut-être à Zachary. C'est comme des autocollants Marvel. La voisine, elle me les a toutes données. Parce que ça, c'est quand on fait une commande. Mais là, je sais pas si c'est à l'intérieur.
Non, c'est old.
Mais non. C'est tout nouveau, c'est dans les supermarchés. Ils donnent ça, mettons, qu'on a le droit comme des autocollants si on dépense, si on achète. Mais là, je sais pas, j'ai pas ouvert. Je sais pas s'il faut l'ouvrir ou c'est le même. Je sais pas si c'est à l'intérieur qui sort. Ah, tu peux tu checker ça.
Ici.
Fait que 2 est gros.
Yes,
J'ai même pas vu qu'est-ce qu'il y a là. Oh là là, quand même.
It's Mantis! I'm sorry. I love her!
Ok, je pensais, moi, c'était directement de même. Tu sais, je pensais pas que c'était. Elle m'a donné le plein. Elle dit, t'es intéressé à ça, nous autres, Wow. C'est qui, Mantis?
She's the cute girl. You know the bug lady in voyons avec Lord. Voyons, c'est quoi his name? C'est dans avec Rocket Raccoon. C'est quoi le nom du movie?
Le nom de quoi?
Le nom
de la galaxie?
Oui. dans ces films-là.
Ah, ok, là-dedans.
Ouais.
Ça, qu'il y a un petit quelque chose.
C'est celle qui peut lire les pensées, je pense. Puis que...
Ah, ok. Fait que bon, 2 est gros comme d'habitude. Oui, oui. Moi, je vais m'en prendre un ici.
Désormais, la couronne de justice est réservée. Le Seigneur, le juste juge, me le donnera dans ce jour-là. Et non
Hey, mister.
Il y en a plein d'autres. Puis il y a les miens en plus. J'en avais aussi en plus.
Ben voyons donc. Why do you get those? I'm confused.
Ben, quand on fait les commandes, quand on achète tant de bouffe, on a le droit à ça. Au lieu des thèmes, ils donnent des autocollants. Chez Maxi.
Quand tu viendras, apporte le manteau que j'ai.
Oh, c'est cute. Oh. Paul lui demande à un de ses amis, il dit quand tu viendras, tu amèneras le manteau, puis il avait comme laissé son manteau. Bon, faut pas que je me trompe, là. Je me rappelle plus comment. Ouais, pourquoi j'oublie?
De quoi tu parles?
Ben, pour comment placer les gros.
Mais t'es placé.
Parce qu'il y a une manière qu'il faut le mettre. Pas même. Ouais, on va dire que c'est à hauteur. Ouais, ok, je pense que c'est le même. Je pense que c'est les affaires, le pli vers le haut. Je pense que c'est ça. Puis je vais en prendre un ici. Ouais, ici.
Que le Seigneur soit avec ton esprit. Que la grâce soit avec toi.
What the heck? $5 par album? What do you mean?
Qu'est-ce que ça donne?
It says $5 per album.
Deuxième épître de Paul, Timothée, chapitre 4. Je t'en conjure, devant Dieu et devant Jésus-Christ, qui doit juger les vivants
Captain Marvel. She-Hulk.
et de son roi. Prêche la parole.
Oh, no, damn.
En toute occasion, favorable ou non, reprend, censure, exhorte, avec toute douceur et en instruisant. Car il viendra un temps où les hommes ne supporteront pas la vérité. Mais ayant la démangeaison d'entendre des choses agréables, ils se donneront une foule de peur.
Ok, toi, tu veux un café avec ton dad, Jean?
Oui.
T'en préparer un, moi, je mange du bois du
Ah, Drax! We have the couple! Yee.
Ah ouais?
They're together. Or in Mantis. Him and
Ok,
Mantis.
ok, c'est plusieurs. Il y a comme plusieurs
Oui.
choses.
Those two are a couple.
Ah, ils sont bien faits, les images.
I know.
Moi, je pensais que c'était juste les. J'étais pas sûre que c'était quoi encore. Ben, j'ai vu que c'était autocollant. Fait que
Mais tu peux les briser, puis les avoir en petites cartes.
Hein, comment?
Tu peux les découper, puis les avoir en petites cartes.
En plus, ouais.
Ouais. On peut les mettre dans un album. Oh wow, the texture, Groot!
Par amour pour le siècle présent, et il est parti
Cool.
pour Thessalonique.
It's so cute.
Ah, j'ai bien fait de dire que j'ai voulu être là.
Luc, sois avec moi. Prends Marc et amène-le avec toi.
And it's so satisfying to play with.
J'ai envoyé Tychique à Éphèse. Quand tu viendras, apporte le manteau que j'ai laissé à Troas, chez Carpus, et les livres.
Yeah, mom.
Le manteau à Paul.
Ooh, Shuri. And Jubilee. Oh, nice. I'm number 1.
Dans ma première défense, personne ne m'a assisté, mais tous m'ont abandonné, que cela ne leur soit point imputé. C'est le Seigneur qui m'a assisté et qui m'a fortifié,
Yeah.
afin que la prédication fût accomplie par moi, et que tous les païens l'entendissent.
again.
Salut Prisca et Aquilas et la famille Donnez-vous. Grâce t'es resté intelligente et j'ai laissé
Ooh, what?
C'est quoi, c'est quoi? Ah, des fois, il y a comme plusieurs en plus dedans.
A baby Groot. So,
Hey.
the Red Witch. Yes, it's baby.
Là, là-dedans, ça veut dire qu'il y en a 4 autocollants, c'est ça? Wow. Tabarnouche. 4 la sorte. C'est bon, ça. Mais quoi, ça vaut 5 ça? 5 par album. Je comprends pas ce qu'il veut dire. 5 par album. Hein? Ah, comme un album coûterait 5 pour les mettre dedans, comme? 64 autocollants Marvel à collectionner. Il y en a 64. Ah, ok. Cool, cool.
Ooh.
Bon, les gros, ils sont là.
Oh my gosh. Shang-Chi. Vision. Ah, Hawkeye. Oh, he's okay.
Bon, les gros sont là-dedans. Fait pas besoin de mettre ça dans la boîte. Fait que la litière, pas la litière, oui. La boîte, on peut l'acheter. Malgré, ça se garde toujours plus fort. En tout cas, ah, ok, les gros, je vais toujours les mettre. Bon, on va mettre ça, on va mettre là. Les gros, ils vont plus là. Ça, ça va faire place. Bon, finir c'est.
Yeah, d'accord.
Mettre la frite là.
Oh, Thor! Finally. Ah, Cosmo! It's a dog.
Ok, ouais.
Oh,
C'est qui Cosmo?
It's a dog. A spaceship dog. A spaceship.
Pardon,
A space dog.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a dedans? Ah, ok.
Groot and Thor and a cool shield. Winter's Soldier. Winter Soldier. Oh. Hey, baby.
Ok, on va commencer par faire lequel?
I wanna pet you, Simba. Hey, Mr. Hourglass. Why do you have an hourglass body? That's weird.
Ouais.
I guess it's from your
Let's
dad.
start by copy the copy.
Et t'avais-tu acheté du sucre finalement?
Oui, 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 je te l'ai dit.
Ah oui, 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 oui,
J'ai
oui.
un gros sac plein de sucre
Ouais.
que j'ai acheté. Oui, il est en arrière, il est juste pas loin de toi.
Oh my gosh!
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Voyons, il y a un X-Men là-dedans. That's so cool. There's 2 X-Men. Wait, oh, she's an X-Men too.
Ah, bravo!
Good jump. Hey, gorgeous.
Puis j'ai les miennes en plus, tu sais, j'ai les mis.
Quoi ça?
Que j'en ai juste. Ben, moi aussi, peut-être dans ma sacoche que je l'ai mis. Je vais aller voir.
Oh, yes!
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Doctor Strange. Hey, they took their real actor.
Ah,
That is so funny.
ouais. Ok. Ils sont vraiment fiés sur le vrai
Les
acteur.
vrais acteurs.
Ah,
They also did that for him. Oops. Oh, wow. Jane Foster. Those are all new. Oh, wow. I got the gauntlet. Okay. Another baby Groot. Groot is so popular. Oh, shit. This is so satisfying. You shake it to dinner. Oh, my legs. That's purple. What would be even more fun is to do bubble. Yeah. If you add like soapy water in there,
and things like that. So I re-downloaded it onto my phone. Couldn't get back. I tried my email. I tried the password I thought I had. I didn't have it saved somewhere. Maybe I should have done that. I tried every single sort of credential that I have to try and get in. I got into an account that wasn't even mine. Somebody made it up with my email. Somehow managed to get that one. But every time I tried to log into my TikTok account, it said too many attempts by Blazer. And that was on the first attempt. Sometimes I would try no attempts and it wouldn't let me in. And then I tried it on a different phone, didn't let me in. Tried it on my desktop, didn't let me in. Either told me that I had too many attempts, or it never told me that the password was wrong. It always just told me that something else had gone wrong. I'm logging in from an unknown device. It just wouldn't let me back into the account. We tried reaching out to TikTok multiple times. They're awful at their customer service. This is a call-out post for TikTok's customer service, by the way, because fuck them. They have no idea what they're doing. They're god-awful at interacting with anybody. God forbid a profile that has like 5 million followers on it tries to get back into their account, but there's no one there to talk to. Whenever we reached out to them, they were like, okay, let's see if we can help with that. They came back, asked what phone I created the account with, what iOS I had, where I was when I set it up, what date, did I buy anything with money from the TikTok store. I was like, okay, so they're asking for all this information, and if I can give them some information like that, I'll be able to get back into the account. They'll know it's me. It's like, oh, what's your date of birth and your mother's maiden name and your dog when you were a kid and what school did you go to? And like, you can sort of get a picture. I gave to the best of my abilities this information. It has been years since I started any of that stuff. I wasn't in Ireland when I did it. I kind of remember what phone I was on. God fucking knows what iOS I was on. I don't know. So I gave them the best of my abilities, the knowledge that I had to get back into that account, and they said, sorry, that's wrong, try again. And we tried again. No. They just keep saying no. There's no one to be like, okay, let's get on a call. Like, how much verification do you need? Go to Google, search Jacksepticeye or Sean McLaughlin. I tend to show up. I'm making this video right now to be like, hey, it's my TikTok account. It's the 27th of September when I'm recording this at 5:19 p.m. Do you need a fucking newspaper like a hostage? Like, what do you need from me? It's my face. It's my account. All the posts that have been made on that account match this profile. You know, like, what else do you need? Just put me on a phone call with somebody. Help me go to a room with somebody. Surely you have somebody in London that I can go see, to talk to. I remember going to VidCon years and years ago, and they had people there that got me verified on TikTok. Like, where are those people now? How can I not get in touch with anybody? I've tried every avenue, but it gets fucking worse, okay? We then set up a Spadicy TikTok account. We set up Spadicy is like the second channel that I have now where most of the non-gaming stuff is going to. And we ended up setting up an Instagram and a TikTok to try and, like, you know, diversify the posts. Put videos that are going up there, put them on those profiles, log down, main profiles, you know, spread stuff around, have a great time, you know, just have fun with it. But then, within a week of setting up the TikTok account, they banned the Spadicy account for, get this, impersonation. They banned my account for impersonating myself of an account that I'm no longer allowed into. How are you going to look at me and say, like, yeah, that's you. Yeah, you're impersonating that thing. But then also not look at me and go like, we don't really want to let you back into the main account, but we don't know if that's you. Make it make sense. It makes no fucking sense. I'm at the end of my tether with this. It's so fucking stupid. And then I tweeted about it to try and, like, put some pressure, put the clamps on someone's nipples to try and, like, get some information. You know, I don't like making these types of videos whenever something's going wrong. Because in the grand scheme of things, it's a TikTok account. Is my life going to survive? Yes. But also, when I made that post about it, so many other friends and, like, people I follow or other people that are creators responded to it or DM'd me. They're like, this exact same thing happened to me. Wasn't able to get back into my account. Had to make a new one. How fucking dumb is that? TikTok is a stuff there. You're not making any money. My TikToks are doing well. Wouldn't you want me, even for your own bleed, to be able to get back into my own account, to be able to post so you can make money off of it? God knows I wasn't making any money off of it. I've never made a penny off of TikTok content. You were making all the money. Let me back in. Let me make you money. I just want to have fun. I just want to be able to post my TikTok account and not have to make a new one. God, it's so fucking dumb. I mean, some stuff in the past had ever gone wrong with Twitter, Twitch. I mean, shithole now. Twitter used to be my favorite place to go, but it's terrible now. You can't go there and it's just not fun to interact with anymore. But Twitter and Instagram, at least I used to have people that I'd be able to go to. You know, that's one of the privileges or the fortunate benefits you get when your account is of a certain size, that at some point somebody from these places are going to reach out and tell you about like upcoming features and shit like that. So at least you have a contact. Imagine being a smaller creator. Imagine being someone whose livelihood actually revolves around TikTok. Like, my livelihood doesn't revolve around TikTok. It's something fun that I get to do and like upload silly videos here and there, and I actually enjoy doing it. But now I can't. I have one place actually that I'm still logged into my TikTok, and that's my old desktop before the one that Nvidia gave me here. I have another desktop that I have at the office, and that's the only thing that's still logged into my TikTok, and I'm afraid to touch it. I'm afraid to go near it. I'm convinced that someday I'll turn it on, go to my browser, and it'll say that I'm logged out, and then I'm legitimately locked out of it forever. You can still upload TikToks to your desktop, so if push comes to shove, I can still technically do it. But why is this so difficult? Why is any sort of content creation so difficult in 2025? We have a whole... You know what? This is just going to be the video where I get shit off my chest and I rant about the shithole that is content creation in 2025. On YouTube right now, it's the most annoying it's ever been to upload content. At least for my own personal experience. Mileage will vary depending on when you got into the platform and what type of content you upload, etc., etc. But for me, I've been doing this 13 years, like in November. So I've been doing this for a very long time, and at some point earlier in the year, something happened. I said it in another video on this Dicey channel where I talked about something games, and I said I'm uploading it here because something's going on with my main channel, and I don't know what it is. And I reached out to YouTube about it, and never did anything. And then the main problem was that views just seem to like disappear out of nowhere. And sometimes it's like, oh, people aren't into this game, this format, and then another video will do better. Something was off. It's one of those things that you can look at it magically and kind of like, oh, it's there, but when you've been doing it this long, you can just kind of like feel it in your bones. And it wasn't like people are on holiday from school or something, because that's usually down, but it was never like this. And then talking to them about it, nothing really came out of it until way later, and they said something about search functions had changed, but they can't give you definitive answers because they don't want to give some dude like me will make a video about it. But people then went on about the business, and then all of a sudden I was like, okay, I can't talk about this because it just makes me feel like it seems to be only happening. So I'll just kind of like keep trudging along and keep making it. I don't know. And then suddenly more and more people started calling. People started coming into like my DMs and saying like, I'm also having weird issues happening. Do you know what's going on? And I didn't have an answer for it. And then as time went on, more and more people started talking about it, and you'll see people like Linus Tech Tips were talking about it. Josh Strife made a really good video about it recently. You can go to his channel to look it up, talking about desktop views on August the 12th. Now, my experience of what was going on happened way before that, but on August 12th, he was showing metrically in the analytics that something had changed, like desktop views were just down. And a ton of other YouTubers and streamers and everybody who upload content on YouTube all came out of the woodwork and said the exact same thing happening in analytics. And suddenly I didn't feel so crazy. And then TLDW, it came out that their ad block views had somehow vanished. And they've been fighting ad block for a long time trying to get them off the platform. What ended up happening, I think, is that when they ad block was being able to watch YouTube, those people just didn't watch anymore. Or those videos were not, or I'm such a visual person, so I'm always trying to like justify it in my head with analogies and visuals of like what's actually happening. So for me, it feels like back in the day, I was in the club uploading content, and fans who subscribed showed their ID at the door and were like, "You're a subscriber, come on in and watch." And it was great. We were all just having a good time and having fun. But now this fucking algorithm feels like it's a bouncer at the door dictating who's allowed into my content. Granted, a lot of this stuff is made for a reason. A lot of this stuff got to do with like viewer fatigue, trying to keep just an ungodly amount of people that are watching YouTube, to keep their focus on this platform, keep them fed, keep them interested, keep them engaged, especially when you have competition like Reels and TikTok and everything going on. I understand why it exists. I understand why algorithms are the way they are. But in my whole career, just uploading content and having fun and doing what I wanted to do always just felt like the right thing. I was following my own compass and my own North Star. And between last year and this year, it feels like more than ever, I have to think about what I'm uploading than I ever have before. I can, and some of you will sit down and be like, "Oh, I get it. I completely understand that side of things as well. I'm just trying to explain from my perspective what it feels like and why it's kind of demotivating to upload it all. Or maybe some other YouTubers can chime in and be like, "Hey, I do it as well." But between the titles and the thumbnails being more important than ever, this algorithm picking and choosing what goes out to people more than ever, YouTube feels like they killed the subscription tab. Now, a lot of you who are watching this probably go to the subscription tab. That's because you are dedicated viewers who always go to the subscription tab. But in my experience in the past, like 70% of the big views that came into a YouTube channel were like browse features, suggestions, home features, like just showing up on people's algorithms on the home page. But now it seems like they've clamped down on that so hard that they've trained people not to go to the subscription tab at all. So it feels like subscribers don't even matter anymore. It feels like subscribers on your YouTube channel have an average for years, like no one really cares about them. It's not a metric for how many views you get or who's engaged with your audience anymore, because people aren't going to the subscription tab. You subscribe to something, and sure, you're going to watch it, but if you lapse on watching a few videos, which happens, I do it too, but then it just stops serving it to you. Like, I subscribed to that because I liked something. Just because I didn't watch 3 videos in a row or something, I don't know what the metric is, doesn't mean you should stop serving it to me at all. I don't get it. In a lot of ways, again, I'm not good at the analytics side of it. I never have been. I'm not good at seeing the whole like macro picture. Gaming algorithms to get views. I'm not. The thing I've always done is just have fun, playing games, upload it, people get to watch, personality comes through, the audience has a good time. Maybe it's just a change in my culture, maybe it's a change in my content, maybe it's a change in my channel. I don't know. A lot of stuff is hard to quantify or the vibe. But when you have this algorithm like dictating what goes out to your audience so heavily, it just feels sort of crippling to sit here and be like, should I upload you know, I've never really thought that way about my content until the last year. It sucks. I don't really want to know what to do about it, other than maybe I need a break, or maybe I've gotten too cynical and jaded about it all. I don't know, but I love this platform. I love making YouTube videos. I love interacting with people. I love the whole, I don't know, YouTube did a lot for me in my life. It kind of saved me in a lot of ways, so I want to still do it. And a lot of people will just be like, dude, just fucking retire. Dude, just stop uploading. Stop complaining. And I get that too. That is always a possibility, but I like being able to say what I'm doing. I don't want it to make it feel like I'm just complaining because we're always moving, but I genuinely do like making things, so I want to keep making things. also happened around the same time that massive view dips happened to everybody because they started talking about it. But they're also bringing the fucking AI-generated shorts thing, where you could just put in a prompt. You know how you can go in ChatGPT or whatever. DALL-E was an early one. I don't even know what AIs are around these days because I don't use them. But you would go in and just write a prompt and it would make the picture for you, make the video for you, make the sentence for you. But now they're bringing it into YouTube Shorts where you can just put the prompt in and it'll make the fucking short for you. It's also interesting that the videos they chose to show off this feature were all animals. It was like a peacock in New York City, a gorilla playing piano, that kind of stuff, because people will look at animals and go like, oh, funny, cute, oh, I get it, animals aren't people. But if they started showing people in the content, then people would be like, wait, that's fucked up. Like, someone could just put in Jacksepticeye fights Mr. Beast, because that will be a thing people will make, obviously. And then that'll show up. And then it's up to me to put up a thing saying like, hey, my likeness is being used in this, please don't do that. Like, that's absolutely fucked. Do you realize how many people's content and likeness and like how much stuff is going to get stolen, but how many times it's going to put people in scenarios that they don't want to be in? Like, I don't know, that's opening Pandora's box. That's opening the floodgates to changing YouTube into a platform that's not why I started YouTube. Imagine me, early 20s, depressed, had no friends, went to YouTube because I wanted to interact with real people and have friends. And as parasocial as that is, it did work. It did help me. It made me feel less depressed and lonely. It made me sort of feel good about myself, that what I was uploading like mattered. I don't know, there's an argument in psychology for what that was doing to me at the time. But now, if someone's feeling that way and they go to YouTube, they're not even going to be interacting with people. They're going to be, like, we already have a bot problem on the platform. They're going to be interacting with shorts that are like, Jacksepticeye played a game that I wanted him to play, but he didn't actually play it. Jacksepticeye played Zelda in Chapter 3 and 4. And then there's going to be clips of that, and people don't even care about full videos anymore. They're just going to look at the clip and go, oh, I can't believe he said that about that game that I like. Like, you can just make rage bait that way. It's so fucked. Why is that a thing that's allowed to exist? And they're going to bring in versions of it now that's like, oh, but we made it safe. We made sure that we did it properly and all this crap. But eventually it's just going to take over. And I'm not trying to be like, I'm aware that AI is going to happen. We all are. As much as you want to shake your fist at it, that it's bad. And I do think it's bad, and I hate it, and I don't want it to take out the creative human element of artistic and creative things. I know that it's going to start taking over platforms. I know that it's going to start interfering with everything. I'm not naive, I'm not stupid. You think I'm stupid? But, God, that doesn't mean you should just take it and let it have free reign and just, fucking do it. They also have another one where it's like, they have a bunch of poses and movements and things that you can do. And then it's like, upload a picture, and then you can go on the wireframe, and then it can be, you can have a movement of like, let's say somebody uploads them doing a K-pop dance, and you're like, this is royalty free, you can use it. Here's a section of Shiny's Sherlock. I've always wanted to learn that dance when I was younger, so then you can upload someone doing that with a picture of me, and then it fuses both together, and then boom! Jacksepticeye is doing Shiny's Sherlock dance. And so many people are going to use it to just make money. I get it. That's what it's all about. But as someone who has never really been driven by that aspect of it, even though it's a very nice byproduct of what I'm doing, it's afforded me a lot of incredible things. I get to do my paint hobby without any sort of restrictions. It's amazing. But it's never been the thing that's like motivated me to make the content. What has happened? I don't know. I feel like we're at this sort of a cliff edge looking over into the fucking abyss. Stuff's gonna get worse. And it's up to me to adapt. It's up to me to not use those tools. But if they start promoting people do the things that gets rewarded. You think people upload the types of videos that they do? Like a Mr. Beast video gets uploaded if it didn't get 1 billion headspace and I think about that, that doesn't mean I should stay quiet about the things that I'm passionate about that bother me. If you don't like it, that's fine. But I'm going to be here talking about it anyway, because honesty and being genuine and transparent with people is kind of what I enjoy most about being a YouTuber. I can do that. I don't want that driven out of me because an algorithm has trained people to think it's bad, or that I should be posting rage baiting videos. It sucks. I went to a YouTube event a couple of years back. It was right after Will Smith clapped Chris Rock's cheeks. When he slapped Chris Rock across the face. And we went to a YouTuber event and they flew us out and everything. It was like, you know what, I'll go with some of these seminars because it's nice of them to fly us to Spain for this event. And we went and we sat down and the thing they were talking about was how to make content and go viral. And one of the things that happened recently was Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith. Think about how you can make videos about this. Here we have a number of people making videos about this and it did really well for them. So you should think about incorporating that into your content. How fucked is that? That's so dystopian to be like, this horrible thing happened on stage where someone assaulted someone else. And sure, it's a meme and it went viral and you can make fun of it, but they're basically saying, like, talk about drama, talk about rage bait, because it just goes well. And you want views, right? You should just double down on that. And me and Evelyn sitting there as gamers being like, how do I make a gaming video about Chris Rock and slapped by Will Smith? Is there a happy little bubble about it? Is there a Fortnite thing I can do? It's just that thing of like, here's this viral moment. How do you fold that into the content more? But nowhere in that really like, just be you. That was always the advice I gave to people when I was starting out on YouTube, and now that's viable. I don't want to be doom and gloom about it, but it's pretty fucking depressing to see what the platform's turning into. Anyway, TikTok, give me back my account, please. Let me start by saying I, 27 female, got married last year. It was a small, intimate ceremony with just close friends and family. My wedding dress wasn't designer or extravagant, but I designed it myself with the help of a local seamstress. It had a deep personal meaning. Hand-embroidered blue flowers that symbolized my late grandmother who basically raised me. It wasn't about the price tag, it was about the thought, the symbolism, and the love sewn into every detail. It meant a lot. Now here comes the problem. My younger sister, we'll call her Alyssa, 24 female. We've always had a weird, exhausting relationship. Alyssa has made a hobby out of copying me. Not just a little sister phase, like full-time impersonation. Clothes, haircuts, favorite bands, hobbies, and even my handwriting at some point. They say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. That sounds too important. Let's try not to adopt someone's entire aesthetic, okay? It would have been cute if it was like, she was like really young. We're talking like, at this big age, 20, 24, yeah, no. Now you're being a copycat. Growing up, my mom thought it was adorable. Well, yeah, growing up, she just wanted to be like her big sister. Except it wasn't flattering. It was invasive, relentless. I
couldn't have a single thing for myself without it eventually being duplicated and passed off as her own style. You should have shaved her head and seen if she copied it. Put a little bald cap on, you know? To make it worse, Alyssa always somehow got praised for it. My mom would coo about how creative she was when she copied my art projects or wore my outfits a week later. And when I found out, I was too sensitive. Even when Alyssa flirted with my actual boyfriends, oh hell no! While I was still with them, my mom said,
"You're overreacting. It's not that serious."
It most certainly is that serious. Spoiler alert, our dad cheated on our mom for years and she still stayed with him. So yeah, I see why it's not that serious. The bar of respect is subterranean in this family. And just to top it off, yes, she even tried it with my husband. Oh no, no, no. The man I married. Before we were engaged, when we'd been dating a few months, Alyssa started joking with him a lot. Overly flirty, touching his arm constantly, saying things like,
"If you weren't taken,"
or
"You better treat her right or I'll have to swoop in."
Does that imply if you treat her like I'll take you? Always just barely towing the line so she could claim it was harmless. He told me about it, and honestly, that should have been the moment I cut her off completely. But my mom convinced me to let it go. Again.
She's just teasing. She's always been playful.
No, she's always been disrespectful and enabled. This is exactly why her behavior runs rampant. She never has to deal with consequences for how she treats others. So fast forward to this month. Our cousin Rachel is getting married and we're both bridesmaids. Everyone's excited and it's going to be a fun weekend. About a week before the rehearsal dinner, Alyssa sends me a selfie of the dress she's planning to wear to the dinner, all smiley and proud of herself. I open it and for a second, I'm confused. Then my stomach drops. It's my wedding dress. I don't mean similar vibes or a similar color. I mean, it's my exact design. The same neckline I sketched by hand, the same embroidered blue flowers in the same pattern placement, the same silhouette, hemline, fabric choice. I literally worked with a seamstress for months making sure the flowers were placed around the waist just right, and there it was. So wait, hold on. Was it the actual dress or did she just have a dress made to look like that? She found someone on Instagram and had it copied. Like it was a Pinterest dress or something. And all she said was,
"This is so cute."
Was she baiting me for sure? I called her. I asked her calmly at first, "What on earth are you thinking?" Her answer,
"You're married. You wore it. Let someone else enjoy it."
Okay, no, that's a wedding dress. You would only be able to wear someone else's wedding dress if they wanted you to wear their wedding dress. Probably for your own wedding, not someone else's wedding. She basically ripped off the most meaningful piece of clothing I've ever owned, and she wants me to be what? Flattered? No, babes. She's pushing your buttons. I told her flat out, if she wore that dress, I would tell Rachel and the whole family exactly where she got it. And I'd show up to the rehearsal dinner in a full-length white gown with a train and veil just to be extra petty. She laughed. She actually laughed and told me I was being childish. Okay, game on. So I messaged Rachel privately. I showed her the screenshots and explained everything. Made it clear I wasn't trying to stir up drama, but I felt disrespected and blindsided. Rachel, bless her, was livid on my behalf. She said Alyssa had no business pulling something like that right before someone else's wedding and told me she'd handle it.
Let me set my sparkling down.
A day later, Alyssa was officially uninvited from the rehearsal dinner and the pre-wedding events. Cue the meltdown. My mom called me furious.
"How could you do that to your sister? It's just a dress."
Yeah, well, it wasn't your choice, it was the bride's choice. Pretty sure the bride would not want someone else wearing a wedding dress to their rehearsal dinner. Your mom's a doormat. She accused me of being vindictive, said I embarrassed the family, and that I'm still holding on to childhood jealousy. Mind you, this is the same woman who let Alyssa walk all over me for decades and called it sisterly love. But here's the kicker. Alyssa showed up anyway. She wasn't invited. Rachel made that clear. But she thought she could just show up and play the victim. Act surprised, say it was a miscommunication. She did show up to the rehearsal dinner wearing a knockoff version of my dress. This is a girl who has never been told no in her entire life. Your mom is doing her a disservice by making her think that the world will just bend to her will. The world is unfair. You can't do whatever you want. her self-worth, it's based around like validation from other people. There is a part of her that looks up to you and sees the fact that, you know, everybody loves you, you're obviously very stylish and creative. She wants that same validation for her, but instead of like being creative herself, she's just copying other people. It's still weird and she needs to be told to stop. Or you could just do the petty thing and like wear something really ugly and see if she copies you. She had no shame, she was smug. Rachel didn't even blink. She pulled her aside and told her to leave. Security wasn't needed, but Rachel made it clear she wasn't welcome. Alyssa stormed out, posted some passive-aggressive nonsense on Instagram about
jealous women
and sisters who can't handle a little shine. No, bestie, that's my favorite thing to say, and this does not apply here. I finally snapped and told my mom the truth. I'm tired of having to make myself small just to keep the peace. I let Alyssa copy me for years because I was told to be the bigger person. But copying my wedding dress, the one I designed in honor of my grandmother, was my line. And she bulldozed right over it. For the record, the dress wasn't just a dress. It was one of the only things that felt mine in a family that constantly blurred the line between sharing and stealing. I put love, grief, and meaning into that dress. It honored someone who made me feel seen when no one else in our family did. And instead of respecting that, Alyssa treated it like it was an aesthetic she could lift for an Instagram photo. So yeah, I put my foot down for once. And now my family's acting like I'm the a-hole, and I burned the house down because I finally lit a match. So am I the a-hole for getting her uninvited? She got herself uninvited, bestie. She literally did the exact thing she was told not to do, and she's surprised that she's uninvited? I think it goes without saying that we all kind of copy people we like. There's a reason why, like, you know, influencers, you know, everybody wants to get what they're wearing. You guys ask me what I'm wearing all the time. Like, I don't like to gatekeep, but like, pick more than one person to copy, you know? Like, it's giving like weird and obsessed if you're just copying one person. There's a plethora of people to get inspo from, and it shouldn't just be one person wears something one week and then you wear that exact thing a week later. I've been called out for copying people too, and I take it to heart, obviously. You don't like it. People don't like it. And that's fair. Definitely fair. But people need to voice that, and if people voice that and you're still copying, you're kind of being weird.
Really weird.
Like, respect that other people are not okay with it. So we do have an update. Alyssa got kicked out of the wedding entirely, and I officially replaced her. I've gone no contact. I'll start by clearing a few things up people asked in the original post. My mom and grandma had a good relationship. Like, genuinely, they were close. And there wasn't any drama between them. And my dad was not really involved in this at the moment. He's been away for work and hasn't said much either way. I think he's just trying to stay out of the line of fire until he's back. My hubby's on my side, but chooses not to get involved. As for my grandma, she's passed, but yeah, she did favor me in some ways. Not in a braggy or obvious way. In public, she always treated me and Alyssa equally. If you didn't know her well, you'd never guess. But behind closed doors, it was different. She saw the way Alyssa acted, the lying, the drama, the way she'd always twisted things to make herself look like the victim. My grandma wasn't blind to it. She never called her out directly, probably to avoid stirring things up with my mom, but I could always tell where she stood. She saw me. She knew what I was dealing with, and even if she never said it in front of anyone, I always knew I had her support. After Alyssa showed up to the rehearsal dinner wearing a cheap knockoff of my actual wedding dress, I figured she'd feel dumb enough to back off. I was wrong. The next morning, Rachel, my cousin and the bride, called me sounding just done. Turns out Alyssa had sent her a massive text, guilt-tripping her and claiming the dress thing was just a funny misunderstanding. She said I was blowing it way out of proportion and accused me of trying to turn everyone against her because I'm jealous. Okay, so did your jealousy make her show up to someone else's like wedding event wearing a wedding dress? No. This is all, you know, classic. She's trying to make things about her, right? If a bride doesn't want you there and you're kind of disrespecting not only your sister, but the actual bride herself, you need to respect that and leave her alone. Classic Alyssa, rewrite the story, make herself the victim, and toss me under the bus for reacting to her boundary stomping. Rachel wasn't buying any of it. She told me point blank, Alyssa was out. Not just from the rehearsal or brunch, fully removed as a bridesmaid. Done. Rachel originally just uninvited her from the dinner and the pre-wedding events to avoid drama, but had then officially dropped her from the bridal party. That changed after Alyssa tried to manipulate her the next morning. Then she said something I didn't expect. Honestly, I'd rather have you up there doing it all than someone who makes everything a circus. Just like that, I wasn't just a bridesmaid anymore. I stepped into Alyssa's role. Her placement in the lineup, mine. Her dress fittings, mine. Her part of the speech, the behind-the-scenes help, her +1 slot, all reassigned. No tiptoeing, no sugarcoating, just straight up replacement. And honestly, it felt right. Alyssa found out from Instagram. Mutual friends posted photos from last-minute bridesmaids get-togethers. Obviously, she wasn't in a single one. Then came the usual Alyssa meltdown, the passive-aggressive story of her unworn dress with a caption like,
"Funny how people smile in your face and steal your place, but God sees all."
Okay. I didn't respond, neither did Rachel, and most of our mutuals, radio silence, they've seen enough. Then came the phone call from my mom. Furious again. She said I embarrassed Alyssa and that I had plenty of time to de-escalate. Your mom can just... I reminded her calmly, honestly, that I didn't kick Alyssa out. Rachel did, and I didn't start this. Alyssa did. Even though Rachel made the call, my mom always finds a way to blame me. It's easier for her than holding Alyssa accountable. And when she said,
"You didn't have to take over all her duties,"
I realized I was just done. I told her I wasn't gonna keep shrinking myself to keep everyone else comfortable. I wasn't gonna keep letting Alyssa bulldoze boundaries while I get blamed for having any. Ooh, that's poetry right there. I went no contact with Alyssa, and for now, with my mom. Blocked them on everything, not to stir up drama, I'm just tired. I want peace. Since that decision, things have been quiet. The bridal party's relaxed, Rachel's happy, no more walking on eggshells, no more waiting for Alyssa to pull another stunt. For once, I'm not stepping aside, I'm standing right where I belong. I didn't steal her spot, she gave it up. I just finally stopped pretending it was my fault. And honestly, I think my grandma would have been proud, not just of the dress, but that I finally stood up for myself. I'm so proud of you. What an excellent story, and a happy ending, I might say.
That's what she said.
I don't blame you for going no contact, low contact. This is just weird. You know, like, if your sister was, like, let's say 10 years old, she could get away with a lot of things. But she's not anymore. She's a full-grown adult. And it's weird. And it goes without saying, we all copy influencers, celebrities. Like, I'm sure that you have a stylist friend that's like,
"Where'd you get that?" and like,
you know, stuff like that. Don't try to take on people's entire personalities and aesthetics. It just means that she literally has no sense of identity. She just goes to whoever she thinks is the coolest to copy them. But I honestly think that it's because so many people don't have a sense of who they are. So they want to just kind of take that sense of authenticity from someone who genuinely does have authenticity. Am I the a-hole for not wanting my brother and sister-in-law to announce their pregnancy at my wedding? Next case. I, 21 female, am getting married in a week to my significant other, 25 male. We got engaged almost 2 years ago, and through that, we've had some issues with my brother and sister-in-law. Let's call my brother Adam and my sister-in-law Maddie. So when we first got engaged, Maddie had announced her miscarriage at our engagement dinner. That's horrible and sad. I am a people pleaser, so I never mentioned it after it happened. However, it did steal all the attention. I had invited her to go wedding dress shopping with me, and she announced her other miscarriage. Another one?
Another one.
It put a damper on the whole day, and they had invited her out to drink without me, which I was okay with. Fast forward to 2-ish months ago, at the end of March, they told me they were expecting. I was obviously super stoked about it because they had struggled for a while and they deserve it. However, at the end of our visit, my fiance had mentioned that the next family gathering we were going to have is our wedding. At first I was confused where he was going with it, but then it dawned on me that they were going to use our wedding for their announcement. Okay, no. I've never heard of someone announcing miscarriages before. Certainly not on days where it's like not about you. Obviously, this is a terrible thing to happen. You really need to tell everyone on a day where it's like someone else's day to celebrate, and then everybody just like bonds over you because it's so sad. It's like, and now the actual pregnancy? No. Why don't they have everybody over for a different event that's unrelated to your wedding and announce it then?
I will not be doing that.
We didn't bring it up in hopes that they would never think to do that, but the next day, Maddie called and asked if she could announce her pregnancy at our wedding. Actually glad she asked. I was so livid, I did lash out. I'm not proud of it. I told her she always finds a way to make everything about her, and it gets old. My fiance calmed me down, and we didn't communicate for a whole week. I do appreciate that she asked you first so that you could say no. Let's see if she respects those boundaries. My parents were visiting me one day and I had brought up the situation and they understood why I was pissed off, but said I should suck it up. No. I got mad and said if they were going to do that, then they didn't get to come to my wedding, and my parents told me I was being selfish. I think generally the one day where you are allowed to be selfish is your wedding day. You're allowed to be selfish and spoiled and have the whole day out. Okay?
You're being
The point is, I've never loved having attention on me, but I've always dreamed of having a wedding day being about me and my fiance and not having any other distractions. That's not too much to ask, trust me. You don't need to justify your it's real. I've always taken Adam and Maddie's BS and I don't have the strength to do it anymore. I don't want to be rude by uninviting them, but they won't back down. They told pretty much everyone in our social circle, and most are on our side, but some are saying I'm being an a-hole and my wedding day isn't just about me. No, you're right. It's about you and your fiance. Throughout the whole wedding process, I've been accommodating and I made sure I don't ask for too much from others. And I understand other people's lives don't stop because it's my wedding. No. They can help it. You don't need to announce it. But I do just want my one day to be about me and the man I love. So Reddit, am I being an a-hole? Should I just let them announce their pregnancy to keep the peace? Well, it seems like this is like a recurring issue. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was more to this story. It's just like, why do you seem to like announce these very honestly private things at family gatherings where people are supposed to be like celebrating somebody else? Like, that's just weird. I do think that this is a case of someone who really likes to steal the spotlight. They always like to steal the spotlight from people who never really want the spotlight, you know? Just a little bit of attention sometimes to be celebrated.
Please, sir.
What? They don't even let you have that! Petty Me says to announce it on Facebook for them. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are like, wow, yeah. I fail to understand why you need to like announce it at someone else's event. Like miscarriages and like pregnancies, like a lot of people, you know, they announce these things on social media, and I can understand, you know, wanting to do it at like a dinner or something, but to hijack someone else's like event, it's weird. You're weird. Okay, so we do have an update. Updates. I am a wifey. Yay! Congratulations. So the wedding went surprisingly well. While getting my hair and makeup done for the wedding, Maddie called us repeatedly to supposedly let us know she was coming whether she was wanted or not, so I was very nervous. So I'm assuming OP's getting to the fact that Maddie was not invited to the wedding anymore. I did reply to a few comments about how my uncle works at a bar and some of his friends are bouncers, so we hired them as our security. We did have security for the wedding. I showed my uncle some of your comments and he has claimed all the petty energy. Maddie did not show up. However, she has literally exposed herself after my wedding, so let's get into it. 1, she never had a second miscarriage. So when she made your entire wedding dress fitting about her, she didn't have a miscarriage. She just didn't like the fact that we were going wedding dress shopping for me. 2, she got drunk off her butt and told me she was not pregnant. So literally today, the day after my honeymoon ended, I got a call from Maddie asking if we could chat. Naturally, I was going to say no, but after talking to my husband about it, he said I needed to set my boundaries as to where I stand in this friendship, so I did. We met at a beach bar near us to chat. I felt like choosing a bar while pregnant should have been a red flag. She told me she was disappointed that she wasn't at my wedding, and she knew we would not be close after this, so she wanted to meet me. For starters, she didn't have that second miscarriage. She just didn't like the fact that I was getting all that attention. She did have the first one, and she did have fertility issues in the past, so I didn't want to second guess it. Now, as for her being pregnant again, she's not. To those who said her pregnancy seemed too planned, that would be why. So yeah, she lied about that too. Even worse, my brother didn't know she was lying. She said she faked the ultrasound pictures $100 and had those fake pregnancy bellies you can buy. I was dumbfounded. I stayed silent the whole time so she would talk. She was a middle school and high school bully who got jealous whenever she wasn't at the center of attention or drama. She didn't like that me and my husband were getting all the attention leading up to our wedding, so she bought a fake positive pregnancy test and printed ultrasound pictures. At this point, she's probably 3 drinks in. Meanwhile, I'm drinking water because I thought she was pregnant. She told me a few other things about her and my brother's marriage that I won't mention out of respect. When I got home, I immediately told Christian what happened, and he told my brother. I wanted Maddie to come clean, but deep down, I knew she wouldn't. As you can imagine, that didn't go over well with her. That night, Adam came to crash at our house, and he's been super closed off since. When me and my brother talked, he told me that losing the baby was messing with their marriage, and he came out of this depressive state when he found out he would be a father. Oh no, she gotta go. So he had no clue she faked her second miscarriage and her pregnancy. I did feel bad for him, and he's currently staying with our parents. I'm not gonna share where their marriage is at because I don't know all the details and they haven't talked to each other in a hot second. My wedding was amazing, and besides getting threats from Maddie that she was gonna show up, and some of my other family members thinking that they should just be here, it went really well. I did invite my brother to the wedding, but he chose not to go because he was pissed at our uncle for sharing their pregnancy news. Only my parents and uncle knew that she isn't actually pregnant and read it, and they did want him to get a divorce. My uncle is a real one and pretty bad. Maddie sent him skull threats after he announced the pregnancy and how they were going to sue him for sharing their important news. I don't think you can do that. Thank you to everyone who gave advice and support. I told Maddie that while I appreciated her coming clean, it was too late. Our friendship has been through too much, and I'm not going to waste my time on someone who will just constantly lie to me and tear me down. I'm sad. I thought she was my friend, but I'll make better ones. So that's the final update. Someone could read a post like this and be like, there aren't people like this. But believe me, there are. I've had situations where wedding events, leading up to events, people are kind of making like big deals out of nothing. And like, anyways, I won't lead into it. But the timing is definitely interesting that, you know, it happens to be around events that are circled around my wedding. I'll just say that. But that's really messed up. She literally couldn't handle the idea of someone else getting attention so much that she created this like really weird and elaborate lie. And although it might seem far-fetched to some of you, believe me, there are people out there that hate it when others get attention and will try to steal it. Hey everybody, welcome back. Am I the a-hole for excluding my mother-in-law from my